There they go, the clown and the two thugs.
I'm God's gangster, load guns with silver bullets, shooting vampires, bloodsuckers, no gooders. Bring the horror to those who honor the sword, rain fire on your land like a Sodom and Gomorrah. Lay waste to your base, devils under siege. Do you dirty like the kids play dungarees. Hit your knees when the guard hits the scene. Kiss the ring, crown me king, everything is everything. There's no peace for a beast with the 666. My killer piece, exorcism is a beheaded. With a weapon, I am legend with my hands. I'm the man, burn an arc on the grass of the Ku Klux Klan. I got a plan to expose these wolves in sheep clothes, 10% around the globe. Illuminati, nice temper, skull and bone. Secret societies, all different varieties. Masters of mass manipulation, exploitation, and miseducation. The devil needs a fucking termination. Now awaken all my sleeping giants, or get caught in the crossfire. Black storm, the black messiah. Murder for hire, burn a devil in a bonfire. Cause he a liar, liar, pants on fire. There's no survivors in this war with a gladiator, assassinator, guns like the Terminator. Define your nature, either God or the devil, either passive or a rebel, you either fight or you settle. I'm on the level where I'm tired of the ghettos and the drugs and the guns and the slums where I'm from. I'm not numb and my senses are in tune to the sun and the stars and the moon keep the view. The constellation screen the rise of a mighty nation. I'm frontlining, fighting for its preservation. My dedication as a soldier for the Lord brings a sword to the frauds that be frontin' like they hard. But they won't pop a cop who fires 41 shots from their Glocks in a black man on Bronx blocks. The marching in the streets needs to stop. We need to load up and roll up justice from a sniper shot. Burn your home, I'm a fire starter. Rather be a Malcolm X martyr than to die like a coward. And that's on Gladys, nigga. Peace, power, and prosperity. What's going on? What's going on? Long time since I did a live. Long time no see. Shout out to everyone that is here. If you are in the comments, say hello so I can say hello back. Shout out to Miss Eileen. Peace to you. Shout out to Ultra Instinct. All right. And yeah, man, this Scorpio season, ladies and gentlemen. Woo-wee! Woo, shout out to Great Goodness Goddess. Okay. Woo, this Scorpio season has been something else. Let me tell you, it's been something else. Not just in, our personal lives. I'm sure y'all have been going through it, ups and downs, hopefully more ups than downs. But in the celebrity world, we've been seeing crazy things that's been happening. A lot of things have been exposed. A lot of things have been Peace to Junkyard Jedi. A lot of things have been brought to the surface. All right. Things that, the world is changing around us. We got the wars, right? Overseas, Palestine, Israel. We all know about that. You got the issues in the Congo with the genocides going on over there. You have issues in Haiti with the Haitians, right? They're going to war with the government over there. You got Venezuelans, South Americans coming over here, especially here in New York and Chicago and these democratic cities, right? Causing a glut of people just to be in these democratic cities, right? Where, hotels are crazy high. You can't find housing. They're kicking Americans out, people that were born here to make room for migrants, right? It's record homelessness, record car repossessions, record foreclosures, right? A lot of people are homeless. There's a lot of things going on right now in the world, right? Those of us that are on the path, by the way, my name is Rob Blackstorm. I am your spiritual guide in the occult, the esoteric, the mystic, the what else? The what's the other word? The metaphysic, right? And I am here to guide you through all of this, right? Those of us that are here in America, Canada, and beyond, right? To get through some of this. And if you notice, this particular lecture that I'm putting together is called it's a variation. I might not be right and exact because sometimes spirit takes me all type of different ways. But it's basically about a Scorpio supersonic war, right? Or a Scorpio sonic spiritual war. And this spiritual war is a war that is not only outside, right? But it's also a war of the inside world. And this particular Scorpio season has been interesting to say the least to show you what this war looks like. And if there's a war outside, right, as above or as external, as internal, as above, so below, right? These are part of the seven Hermetic, what they call Hermetic laws of the Kabbalion, right? These are the laws that you want to memorize, the seven Hermetic laws. Mentalism, vibration, polarity, cause and effect, correspondence, rhythm, and gender. All right. These seven laws are the laws that you want to have on cap, that you want to have and understand about the Kabbalion. And this will help you understand polarity most of all, right? All most of the six laws are about polarity, right? Correspondence as above, below, rhythm. There's up and down, right? Gender, male and female, et cetera, right? They're all except mentalism. Everything is about polarity or opposites and the different frame of opposites. So right now, right, we want to get into what's really happening, what's going on, and most importantly, how can we win the war, or better yet, how can we survive this war? So, we're going to get into the three most popular figures of this particular Scorpio season and things that have popped off recently, right? With the situation with Drake, with the situation with Diddy, and the situation with Andre 3000. And I'm going to show you a different trinity that you haven't seen before, or maybe some of you have, those of you that are students of the occult or esoteric knowledge. And I'm going to show you how this trinity is playing out, how you could see this trinity within yourself, and how you could identify what you need to work on, what you could be seeing in your personal life, right? And how we could get to the next step. And I'm going to give you a ritual at the end that you could do to kind of jumpstart your nervous system, so to speak, because we want to be prepared in these times. 2024 is coming. 2024 is not going to be an easy year, right? Everybody that I watch or know that's into this spiritual culture, right? Called the occult. With occult just means hidden culture, right? You call it metaphysics if you want. That's fine, right? But occult just means hidden culture. And people that are into this, everyone is saying the same thing. It's really about your imagination, and it's about what you say, what you speak, right? Your words, your heka, your word power, right? So, without further ado, let's just get into the presentation so I'm not too long winded. Shout out to Straight Panther coming in the building. All right. Let us present this slideshow. Hopefully, I guess y'all can hear me. Y'all ain't saying y'all can't hear me. So, that is excelente. All right. So, let me share this. Let me put this on slideshow. Boom. All right, make sure y'all can see what I can see. All right, perfect. How we going? Let's do it like this, right? All right. Boom. Okay, so Scorpio, right? I desire. All right. I am a Scorpio, for those of you who don't know. Okay. I was born October 23rd. All right. So I am a Scorpio. I am on what they call the cusp of Libra and Scorpio, right? So I got a little bit of Libra, that air sign, and a little bit of water, that water sign, okay? So with Scorpio, so the water is feminine energy from Scorpio, the air is masculine energy, all right, air. So, I really kind of go between both, but I would say more so I lean more towards Scorpio and that Scorpio energy. And with the readings and everything, it definitely comes up Scorpio, unless you're doing Vedic astrology, that's totally different. But why I'm saying this is that I have intimate knowledge about Scorpios and what Scorpios do and this particular season, which is almost up. But the signs and symbols are going to show you what is going on and what you need to know. So let's go. Oh, shout out to Junkyard Jedi 1022. All right. Yeah, you're a day before me. Shout out to you. All right. So yeah, you are Libra, definitely. But you got some Scorpio tendencies too. That's how that works. All right, so Scorpio is I desire. All right, you'll see that a lot here. Scorpio is also the sign of death and rebirth. All right, Scorpio is also the sign of other people's possessions, other people's money. Scorpio is also the sign of sex. Okay, this is also the eighth house in astrology. All right, so the number eight, 2024, is coming up to the number eight. So what this is basically a season of you getting prepared for 2024. All right. This year, in the last 2 months, right? These last 3 months, these last 90 days, October's already done. So we got, well, really 60, right? November, we already in the middle of it. So November, December, winter solstice, right? Then we're going into 2024, right? Then we're going into a different cycle, right? Election year's coming. So a lot of different things are happening. So what we're looking at is this eight house energy, okay, which I just told you, death, rebirth, right? Other people's possession, sexuality, right? Mysteries or studying stuff like this, right? The occult, the esoteric, the mystical, okay? And there's three stages of a Scorpio. All signs actually have three stages, okay? And if you want to look this up, you can look this up online. What's your sign? The three stages. And if you want that, I will share that with you. There's a website where you can find that the three stages of your particular sign and what they evolve in. But these are the three stages of a Scorpio. Scorpio, right, which is the base level, or the man who is just a regular nigga, right, for lack of a better word. That is the regular Scorpio. I've been there. I know what that feels like when you're just lost, right? Jealous, possessive. These are all the negative traits, right? um Aggressive, warlike, right? This because Scorpio has Mars in it and also Pluto, right? So warlike, could be destructive, right? Could be quick to anger, right? These are the negative aspects of it. And the positive is what we were talking about, into the mysteries, right? Uncovering mysteries, studying mysticism, practicing mysticism, uh being a person that's caring, slow to anger, et cetera, right? The next is the eagle, which we'll get into. That's the next level of scorpion, right? Or I'll call it the falcon, right? But we'll say the eagle, right? For lack of a better term. That's the midpoint, which we'll get into. And then the phoenix last, all right? So there's three stages of Scorpio, and there's three stages that each one of these celebrities that we're going to talk about is representing. But before we get into that, let's get into the alchemical trinity, right? And this will be a way for us to understand what these people represent and what they mean in the grand scheme of things, right? And also just give you some knowledge on more occult or esoteric knowledge. So if you see these things, right, in movies, or you see these things out on the street or the road or on somebody's car, you know what you're looking at, right? So this is the salt, mercury, and sulfur. This is the alchemical trinity, all right? So this is the Trinity they don't tell you about, right? This is the Trinity that's really used, right? The quote unquote powers that were, right? This is the Trinity that they use to control the world. All right. This is how they look at things. They're not thinking about, uh Jesus, the Holy Ghost, and Mary, right? That, or God, Jesus, and the Holy Ghost. That's not how this works, right? They're using actual elements in the universe to describe an alchemical process of personal transformation. Okay, this is personal transformation. When people talk about alchemy, there's turning lead to gold, and people actually think that's like a physical wizard that's standing over a pot or something, and it's like turning lead to actual gold. That's not what alchemy means, right? Alchemy is the transforming of you from lead to gold, right? Or for you to shine like the sun instead of being a just a piece of lead, so to speak, or a low value element in life. NPC would be considered a person that is like lead, right? And gold would be a person that knows that they are God and acts as such in the world, right? With unconditional love. So this alchemical trinity on the left, you see it says sulfur, soul, consciousness, oil, right? So this is dealing with obviously the higher consciousness or elevated consciousness. If you notice, this also looks like the pineal gland, right? Which is cone shaped. This particular uh, symbol or sigil right here. This looks like the pineal gland. So this is dealing with your soul energy or your soul consciousness, who you truly are. Your soul is basically your ancestors, right? Your ancestors, the junk DNA that you have within you make up your soul. And everything else from where you're a baby and you've accumulated, you've learned your ABCs, you've learned what a difference between a dog and a duck, right? You've learned which man not to talk to, which girl. You learned what you didn't like about your baby dad and your baby mama and what to put in the next relationship. You know you ain't going to motherfucking cheesecake factory, or if you are going to the cheesecake factory, right? All this stuff is stuff that you've built upon to create your soul. So this is really your electromagnetic field, right? So this is what they're dealing with, is what they call sulfur, right? And you see right here on the right, so what sulfur looks like. And this is that fire, really. It's a fire that is within you. What science would call the electromagnetic field or your consciousness, right? You have Mercury, which is spirit. We see Mercury right here, right? The sign of Mercury, which is the same astrological symbol. And this deals with, like I said, spirit, right? Spirit, liquor, right? Which we'll talk about liquor as we go in. And mind, I don't really agree with that, but spirit is the intermediary between you and the spirit world, or you and the astral plane, or you and the etheric plane. That is spirit. As I say, probably every video, the etymology of the word spirit means breath. So it means to breathe. So everyone is spiritual, and everything that breathes is spiritual, including the plants, including the ants, including the animals, including the dog, including the person in the store that you don't like, and the dude that cut you off on the highway. They're spiritual, including the last relationship that you had and that motherfucker was trash. They're spiritual too. Everyone is spiritual as long as they're breathing. Once you're no longer breathing, you're no longer spiritual, because your spirit is gone somewhere else, right? It's going into the astral plane and hopefully to the etheric plane if you are as heart as light as a feather. And then you have salt, right? So salt is dealing with the body, right? The physical body, right? Your physical structure, your bones, so to speak. So this is just an alchemical trinity, and the mercury is also quicksilver, right? So that's why you see the silver right there on the right, because it's also called quicksilver. So it's dealing with the actual the element quicksilver, how it shapes and molds, and this is how your spirit. Remember, Bruce Lee said, "Be water, my friends." All right, so you're dealing with spirit, right? It says structured thought here, okay? So how you think, your ideas, etc. But again, there's some parts of this I don't necessarily agree with, even though I'm sharing it. But it gives you a idea of what this process is and something to look at, and you're going to see that also in this Scorpio equal Phoenix. And next, another trinity, which you'll see in esoterics. And don't worry, we're going to get to the celebrities, because it's not going to be a long ass video. We're going to get into the celebrities shortly. So, square in the circle, right? And this is the gut, the heart, and the brain. So, the gut would be the square, all right? So the square, as you see on the bottom, it is the digestive system. Okay. So if you look at your body, you will see your digestive system with your large and small intestine, right? It looks like a box. It actually looks like a square, right? I don't have a picture of, but you all guys all been to science class, I hope. You know what I'm saying? I hope you went to science class and at least looked or took some sort of science class somehow, and you see the large and small intestine. And if you notice, or if you want to pull it up and Google it now, you'll see that it looks just like a square, like a box, right? So this is dealing with your gut, the digestive system, right? This is where you have gut instincts, gut feelings, right? Does this person have guts, right? This is where that comes from, all right? This deals with the serotonin that is in your stomach. Serotonin is responsible for your mood. So it's how you feel good. It's how you feel joy. It's when you see your baby, that you love and care for, you're smiling, you're happy, right? That's a gut feeling. That's a gut emotion. Also, when you're in a situation and it just doesn't feel right, right? You don't know why, but you just don't feel right. Or you got a gut feeling that's telling you just don't do that, right? This is where it comes from. It comes from the gut. And this is the importance of diet. Again, the type of energy you put in your body. Because eating so many animals, right, coming from God knows where, right? And some people don't. That's why it is important for you to still, even though you're not Christian or you're not in the Abrahamic religion, to still pray over your food. right? To still speak over your food, especially nowadays, right? Speak over your food, speak over your drink, give it life. Speak your heck out, speak your word of power over your food, right? Tell your food, shit, I love you, motherfucker. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad that I'm able to eat you. I'm so glad. Oh man, I hope, whatever tragedy you went through, that you're all right. That, your spirit is blessed. Just like you see in the movie Avatar, when she was killed, when in the scene where the Avatar killed the animal and prayed over the animal and the animal's essence. That's our culture. That's what we do. All right. Melanated beings and indigenous beings. That's what we do. So this is the science of the square, right? Science of the circle is the heart. If you look at the heart, it looks kind of like a circle. Okay. So the circle is dealing with, now this says circulatory system. I'm going to beg to differ, right? If you look at the bottom, and you can look at all these things, I'm not going through each word. You look at it on your own, right? But this is dealing with the heart, right? And even if you look at this, right, it says one, two, fourth, fifth line, emotion, virtue, right? So how you feel, right? How you interact with other people, your connection with other people, your feelings, your empathy, right? Are you truly an empath, right? These is all stages of development, right? And these are all different aspects of you, right? So you could say the square is the salt, right? Going back to this. You could say the circle is Mercury, right? Because the heart, right, deals with different things and has different emotions and different feelings, and it can adapt to different situations, etc. So that's that quicksilver. And then sulfur is going to be the triangle, right? This is that pyramid, right? Pyramid, right? Pyro, fire, middle, fire in the middle, okay? But this fire in the middle is not the fire in the middle of your body, but fire in the middle of your brain. Now, if you're a person who meditates, right, this is not anything that is foreign to you, okay? When you meditate over time, you'll feel pressure in your brain. You will feel like blood literally flowing to your brain after a certain time and after a certain amount of practice. You feel the blood flowing to your pineal gland. Nobody has to ask you, nobody has to tell you. You're going to feel it, right? It's going to be flowing to your pineal gland. And usually what's going to happen is you're going to go into different phases of darkness, right? And the thoughts that you may have been thinking, right, about your car or your kids, or the dude that plays the fucking bachata down the block that you don't like, or the chick that dresses too loose and got too many men come in and out of the building that you talk about every day, right? Those things are going to leave your mind, and eventually you're going to get into different phases of darkness, right? And also, quietest pro tip, this is how you communicate with ancestors, right? Really, real talk. This is how you communicate with ancestors. Once you get into that frame of darkness, you would contact anyone you want, celebrity, family, friend. All you have to do is pull them out that darkness. The eyes are the windows to the soul. So if you remember their eyes, you could pull them in and you could actually communicate with them. Pro tip, everyone could communicate with their ancestors. You just have to do the work to get there. So this is the triangle part, right? This is that fire part. This is that fire within. This is that light that is coming into, and the fire is the light. Light is information. So this is the light that is coming into your consciousness. What you call downloads, what you call aha moments, right? What you call, I just got this idea to do XYZ, or got this idea to not do XYZ. This is where this comes from. All right. So this is another form of alchemy. And once you're in that triangular phase, that's when you are AKA high vibrational being, or you're moving with high vibrations. All right. So I just want to break that down to you to show you what this looks like, and that there's trinities in everything, right? The Bible is not the only trinity that is out there, and there's trinities that may be even more meaningful, because this kind of tells you, as far as the square diet, as far as the circle, how to treat the heart, and again, the mind, how you have to keep moving, keep on moving, as the song goes, right? Keep your head up, keep your head to the sky, as the other song says, right? To keep your eyes on the prize, right? Or your third eye on the prize, to stay focused. So on the right, this is what's called the philosopher's stone. Okay, the philosopher's stone. If you want, this picture is from the internet, obviously, but you could get this book. Let me do this. You could get this book, Alchemy and Mysticism, and you will see that right here. All right, the Philosopher's Stone. And this has a lot of different, am I covering it? No, it's right here. And there's a lot of different, this is a good book for just mysticism, sigils, signs and symbols, etc., etc. Peace to Empress Regubat, G7, okay? So that is what that is. So let's pull this back up. And I want to, so we're going to go to the next one. So we're going straight, so Drake, right? Drake is representing the Scorpion in this trinity, okay? So Drake is representing the Scorpio or the Scorpion in this particular trinity. And, you know, he dropped this album for the dogs, right? And he went from God to dog, right? He went from being a revered figure in hip hop music, you know, known as the, when I would say, arguably, he's still the number one rapper as far as popularity goes, you know, and as far as fame or whatever, I would say, and and arguably, I would say Drake is the number one guy out here, right? That's kind of a consensus. But he dropped For the Dogs, and All the Dogs was really just a singing album, mostly, right? It was mostly songs that he was singing, okay? And he had the dog mask, which he had on, right? And then he changed and dropped the album called Scary Hours, but it had two fairies on it. You know what I'm saying? It had two fairies. All right, on the right, you see, this is the cover for the. So he dropped For the Dogs. It wasn't received well, right? And then he dropped, you know, Scary Hours, but with two fairies, which I thought was interesting because Scary Hours should be the picture on the left, right? Just to show you the upside down. And For the Dogs, the album the way it is should be the picture on the right, right? So I call this Scary Horus, right? And the reason I'm calling him Scary Horus is because the only reason he dropped this other album is because of the criticism that he received from his peers, the criticism that he received from the the criticism that he received from Joe Button, right? The criticism he was receiving from the internet about the album, it wasn't well received, and he took that personally, right? Remember the Scorpio stages, right? Jealousy, right? They're hurt easily, right? Scorpios also, they want to look good, right? We like looking good. We like standing out. We like styling, right? That's just part of who we are, right? You ain't gonna catch us outside on a bum day unless something terrible have to happen, right? For a Scorpio to come outside looking bummy, right? That's just not the way we move, right? You're not gonna see us dusty. You've never seen me on this motherfucking internet dusty, and you never will, right? That's not. I see some speakers, they just come on looking any type of way. God bless them. You know what I'm saying? That's just not the way I would move, and that's not the way most Scorpios are gonna move. So he didn't want to look bad, and the scorpion sting is what got him. That's what got him. The fact that he got stung by people, right? And he had to get his lick back, right? As an underdeveloped Scorpio, I could tell you this. I never let anything just slide. Never. And it's a fight, even to this day. To this day, for me to not let shit slide. I mean, for me to let shit slide, right? But because I am spiritually trained and aware of my Zen, I know sometimes you gotta let shit go. It ain't that serious. I ain't gotta get my lick back for everything. I ain't gotta pay somebody back for doing me wrong. They're gonna get theirs back based on universal law, right? They're gonna get theirs back regardless, right? And right, Ultra Instinct, he knows he's a Scorpio too, right? Holding grudges is hella young, right? That's shit that you do if you're an underdeveloped Scorpio. Like you hold grudges, like you keep things and you can't let it go. And Drake was showing the underdeveloped aspect of Scorpio. But guess what? This aspect is in all of us because we are all 12 signs. So all of us, depending on your chart, you might have a little bit of Scorpio, you might have a lot of Scorpio if you look at your birth chart, but there's some aspect of this that may be affecting you personally. Remember, this is just the season of Scorpio, right? This is the constellation of Scorpio above us at this particular time as the world turns, so to speak, as the world or the earth rotates around the sun. So we are graced by the energy of Scorpio lights, but that doesn't mean that it's only going to affect people that are Scorpios. That means it affects all of us, right? All of us are feeling the same energy. All of us want to get our lick back. All of us had somebody that did something to us and we want to let them know what it is, right? I had a family member here that was living with me for a little while, right? And me and them were going back and forth about some things, and I'm bringing up stuff that I held in, that I didn't get my lick back for, that I had to talk about, right? That I didn't get out, and it felt good to get it out, and it felt good to talk about it because it was something that I had held for quite some time in my soul, right? In my core zone, in my heart. So I had to let it go. So once I let it go, I felt better, right? And this is the type of things that we have to work on. We have to work on letting it go, right? Not letting it affect us. The fact that he dropped another album showed you that he was not for the dogs, showed that he was not the dog. Because a real dog ass nigga wouldn't give a fuck about what anybody said or how everybody was going to do anything, right? He would have just kept dropping his albums, right? So he was scared to be his true self. He was scared to say, this is the album I dropped, and y'all gonna love it or y'all gonna hate it. Next album, I got y'all. In fact, after this, once this album dropped, Drake was on record as saying, I'm not doing any more music. I'm gonna work on my stomach, right? Which is an aspect of Scorpio as well, right? Stomach issues. A lot of people that I know that are Scorpios and doing readings over the years have stomach issues, including, well, I ain't gonna claim it, but I used to have Scorpio issues, which I'm working on, right? For now, I don't eat like after 9. If I do, it's or after really 7. If I do, it's like a little bit of snacks, right? But I just got that knowledge recently from going through a Chinese medicine doctor, right? And learned the ancient Chinese secret of not eating late. I'm not going to tell y'all to do that. If you feel like you need to do that, do it, right? But I know it's been helping me. And, we're not supposed to eat. Technically, we're not supposed to eat past 8 p.m. regardless. Your body is shutting down and it's getting ready for rest and digest. It's getting ready for you to be able to go into the spirit world and do that unencumbered, because you're digesting while you sleep. So that's taking energy away from you going into your spiritual being. What's up, Foxy? Shout out to Foxy Moon. All right. So you see on the right, he dropped Scary Hours. But if you look at the symbolism of this particular picture, right, what you see is two fairies, right? But they both have one wing. Okay. And I looked at this picture, I said, why are there two fairies holding hands with one wing of peach? Then I came to me, Spirit said, this is why, right? This is why. This is why this is happening. These are two people. Drake needs his fans, right? He is not secure within himself. Drake is still the kid from Degrassi, right? He's still the awkward looking dude that was corny, that was perceived a certain way. Just because you have money doesn't knock the corny out of you. Just because you get a lot of women doesn't knock the corny out of you, right? You have to learn. And the way Drake's always talking about women and always getting hurt, he still has not learned to be his true self, which means this dog mask is actually him. He's actually putting on a mask for y'all when he dropped these albums, just doing what he thought y'all would love, which is him doing more singing, which is him doing the same formulaic shit he's been doing the past 4 or 5 albums, right? Which is doing the same shit that he thought y'all would love. So what happened? People said they want to hear him do more bars, right? So what did he do? He said, okay, I'm gonna put the mask on again, and I'm gonna give him 6 songs worth of bars because I'm the sixth god, right? So I'm gonna give him 6 songs worth of bars, which is Scary Hours 3. But he did not do that without the pressure of other people telling him who to be. So this dog mask, it's a mask. This for the dogs, it's a mask. It's really just a mask of him. It's not really him. That's not really the art that he wants to make. In fact, I would gander based on what he said of him not wanting to do music for a while, is he's over it. He doesn't know where to go next. He's really on this Andre 3000 himself. He's done it all. He's achieved a lot. He's made a ton of money. He's like, what's the next? He's done a dance album. He's done a house music album. He's done playlists. He's like, where do I go next? So he listened to the people. He dropped this. But back to the picture. The picture is pink, right? So pink is the color of healing, right? Very smart, right? If you understand symbolism. These two fairies are holding hands. If you look at their chest, it looks like those are hearts, right? Remember, this is 6 songs of rap. And in these 6 songs, he's getting his lick back. He's striking, right? He's going at Kanye. He's going at Pusha T. He's going at the Clips. He's going at, you know, Joe Button, right? He's going at everybody who attacked him, right? Because he got to get his lick back, right? That's that low Scorpio energy, and that's that energy that could be in you that you got to recognize. Are you a person that got to get your lick back? Are you a person that got to pay the person back? You know, one candle I never used, right? In this magical, um, journey, there's 2 things I never use, right? I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what I don't do. I don't use return to sender candles, right? And I don't use evil eye pendants. Why? Because if somebody's doing some dirt to me or somebody trying to attack me spiritually, I don't want to return that shit back to them, right? The law of cause and effect is every cause has an effect, right? This is a law in the Kabbalion. So if I throw that shit back at you, right, then I got to expect it to come back at me again in some way, shape, or form. I got to expect it to come back at me in some way, shape, or form if I'm using the evil eye bracelet, right? Or the evil eye pendant. Most of y'all should know what I'm talking about. The evil eye pendant, blue with the little eye in the middle, right? That's a reflector as well. So if somebody's saying something evil about you or doing something evil or thinking, not even doing, but thinking evil, it goes back to them. I don't want it to go back to them. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to go back to them. I'm already protected, all right, spiritually. And I wear what I need to wear. I do what I need to do, right? As I'm protected spiritually, why do I need to worry about them being attacked or them being hurt? That's ego, right? Getting your lick back, wanting to pay somebody back, wanting them to feel what you felt. That's human ego. That's human egotistical shit. You want someone to hurt because you're hurt, right? You want somebody to feel pain because you feel pain. But that is your ego, right? Whatever made that person who they are through their childhood, right? Their parents, you don't know what they went through, right? You don't know what type of person they are. Not to say that this gives them a right to hurt you or treat you bad or you do you dirty, right? Now, if there is a life or death situation, right? That's a different story, right? And I still wouldn't use a reverse candle. I still would bust them down in a different way. Let me tell you, between 3 and 5 p.m., there's a lot of work you could do on somebody if you know how to meditate and if you've been meditating for a while. You could literally go into their astral projection or them dreaming, and you can handle them that way. If you are going to war, and you don't even have to hurt them, you could simply just make them do what you want them to do, whether it's leaving you alone, whether it's moving, whether it's leaving the job, whether it's leaving a relationship. It's a lot you could do with simply your mind, but this does take time. If you're not there yet, then yes, you have to use physical things, candles, herbs, etc., etc. If you're going dealing with that type of war, but only if only warfare should result in you trying to get somebody back or hurt somebody or anything like that. Now you do what you want, right? But it's been working for me successfully, not getting people back, not hurting them, and then I've seen them fall by the wayside just straight off my thoughts, just straight off how I feel about them, just straight. Like for instance, if you're a man, right, and you got a lot of women pissed off at you, you're gonna have what they call bad luck. You're going to have things fall apart. Your car might have issues, in the house. You know, you might have issues at work, right? Just random shit happening to you. If you got a lot of women pissed off at you, why? Because women are receivers of energy and they are nurturers. And if they nurturing some shit about you, they hate you, they don't like you, they disgusting, and you got a multitude of women doing that and putting that energy out into the ethers, oh boy, oh boy, you better purge. You better purge. You better apologize. You see what's happening to Diddy, right? Which we're going to get into next, right? But again, let's go back to the picture because I kind of got off topic. But the picture on the right of the fairies is him saying, I need you, the listener, right? So one wing is him and the other wing is you, the listener. I need you. I'm listening to you, right? Pink, heart. Pink is a color of healing. I'm listening to you. I need you. I want you to be part of this. I want you to continue to carry me on your journey, right? And no matter what, I will give you what you want. Just please rock with me. So I'm putting out this older door because y'all said y'all want bars. So I'm going to do what y'all want so y'all can rock with me because I don't feel secure in myself. That's what these two fairies are about. That's why they both have one wing, because the other wing is you, the listener, and one wing is him. And he wants to pull on your heartstrings. He's saying, love me. Love me. I'm Drake. Love me. And some of you in the real world, y'all do that, right? Y'all meet people and y'all let them, y'all want love or y'all want companionship so much that y'all just, okay, whatever you say, okay, I'll do it. All right, you want this? What can I do to make you happy? You know, I don't know how to make you happy. What do I need to do? Why don't you like this? Why don't you like that? How can I please you? Right? This is something narcissists do all the time, right? They hype you up, love bomb you, tell you you're the greatest, right? Make you feel like you the shit. And then after you know it, usually after sex a couple of times, right? Then they start poking holes at you. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. You could do this that way. You could do this way. You could do this that way, right? And then if you don't have your own mind, right? You're wearing a mask like Drake and you're just a fake person out here, right? Where there's a lot of people that are NPCs, right? You're just a fake person with a fake reality, right? And by fake, I mean that you're living to please other people, basically. You don't want to get criticized, so you follow the herd. You don't want anybody to talk about you, so you don't tell people you do magic. You don't tell people you're into esoteric spirituality. You don't tell people you watch channels like Rob Blackstorm. You don't tell people that you live a lifestyle different. You act like ain't nothing. You know what I'm saying? You act just like them when you are around them, when you're with them. You put on the mask. You know how many women I've read for? And I can't say this with men. I can only say this really with women because it's mostly women that do this. That I've read for, and they'll be talking to a guy who can't spell, who could barely read, but these chicks got degrees, master's degrees, went through all sorts of schooling, but they'll deal with a guy who can't spell and could barely read. You are not, but he got money, right? He works construction. You're reading all these books. You're into art. You're into sailing, right? But you got a guy that's construction worker. He makes a lot of money, but all he does is go to work, come home, right? Plays video games, watch sports, and then fuck you and go to work and eat shit and sleep. And that's his life. And that's what you're settling for because you got a mask on because you want somebody to love you. And this is what Drake is doing. He's like, love me, stick with me. I don't want to lose my fan base. I don't know what to do next. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? So you have to analyze this in your life. Who are you people pleasing? Who are you being a scorpion to, right? Who are you jealous over, right? Who are you possessive? Do you let other people, are you open to criticism, constructive or otherwise? Are you open to criticism? And if the criticism doesn't apply to who you truly are, then do you just let it fly and still do you? Or do you put out another album, right? Or do you do what the people want because I don't want to be criticized? I don't want anybody to talk to me because I'm going to take it personal. This is a person that does not have their own boundaries and standards. Because there's no way you should come out with an album that quick after you just dropped one and said you wasn't dropping no music for a couple of years. So this is Scary Horus. Heru or Horus is the will, the willpower. This is what makes you say, yes, I'm gonna do YouTube videos, regardless of what people say. Yes, I'm gonna post about what I'm interested in, regardless of how people, if it gets 1 like, 2 likes, no likes, I'm gonna post it anyway, because that's how I feel. If I want to go to the opera, I'm gonna go to the opera anyway, no matter how these niggas feel. If I want to watch some classical, listen to classical, I'm gonna listen to classical. If I'm listening to Bobby Hemming, I'm gonna listen to it regardless. If I got an altar, I'm gonna go altar. I ain't gonna take it down regardless of who comes. Are you living your life with a mask on? And are you being a dog instead of the God that you are? Because in 2024, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be shit. Matter of fact, right now the distractions are juicy. Distractions are juicy as fuck. What? All the shit that's happening in these East streets? Matter of fact, I heard Hassan Campbell, popular YouTuber, right, got shot today in the Bronx. Now, I don't know if it was a skit, if he's, Hassan Campbell's a character, right? But he supposedly got shot, right, in the Bronx. So all these things are happening. People are getting exposed. People are dying, right? All these things are happening to show you to be you and to be the true you. And if you're holding on like the scorpion clauses, right? And you're holding on to this fake image and you're holding on to this mask, it's going to fall apart. And a lot of you people that are watching, some of you are going through ups and downs simply because you won't be yourself and you won't put in the work to soul search to be yourself and to know what your true self is and who the fuck you truly are. If you like fucking sewing, nigga, you like sewing. You know what I'm saying? Who cares what their opinion is? If your parents are telling you, yo, you only gonna make me proud, right? This is another thing that happens a lot, especially when we're younger. I know this happened with me with my mom. You're only gonna make me proud if you go to school and become a doctor or become a lawyer or become this thing. But you're an artist, you know what I'm saying? You're a creative, or you like accounting, or you like horticulture, or you like, I don't know, fly fishing, and you want to be the best fly fisher in the world, but your parents are telling you, no, you got to be a doctor or else. Well, you're going to have to go against your parents' wishes. And believe it or not, there's people in their 40s still living lives that their parents want them to live, that their parents say is acceptable, that their parents who already lived their lives, who already made their mistakes, are telling you to live. So you have to ask yourself, are you all for the dogs or not? And this is the scorpion aspect. This is the lowest level of humanity. This is the NPC level. This is the sheep level. This is the herd level. This is why I always say, and I always lose subscribers, so I'll take 1 or 2 again. I always say I'm not pro-black, and people unsubscribe, but I don't care. I'm pro-truth. If 2020 haven't told you, right, the whole and I gotta laugh about it, right? If 2020 didn't tell you during the pandemic that this reality, right, it has nothing to do with race. When you see there was people that was this, and people that like me that was no matter what, till death, nigga, you ain't putting that in me. And there was people that didn't look like me, that was thinking just like me. Nah, nigga, we ain't doing it. Then you have to realize it's more than just the surface person, right? This is about the soul of you, who you truly are. Your true soul has nothing to do with your spirit is up and down. I want you to understand that when we talk about spirit and spirituality, spirit is up and down. Sometimes you're in the good spirits, sometimes you're in bad spirits, sometimes you're in sad spirits, sometimes you're into sexy time spirits, sometimes you're into fuck that spirit, sometimes let's go, let's knock this out spirit, right? Spirits flow, spirits are up and down, spirits are fluctuating. They're based on rhythm and vibration and frequency, right? But your soul, right? That's from the accumulation Your frequency is based on what you frequently do. Your frequency is based on what you do frequently, right? And I said that first, by the way. I want y'all to know that. You go back in my videos. I know other people say it now, but I'm the first one to say it on the internet. So your frequency is what you do frequently. So whoever you are frequently and what you do frequently, this is why spirituality and a daily dose of spirituality is necessary, because you won't get trapped in these type of chambers where you're trying to please everyone but not pleasing yourself. And what Drake needed to do is say, look, this happened. All right, y'all wanted more bars. All right, I ain't gonna do an album based on what Joe Budden said, based on what the internet says, based on what the critics saying, and drop an album real quick. I'm gonna wait, right? Take my time, heal my stomach. The time that I said I was gonna take, then I'll come back with an album that I feel is creatively me. Because that's really what his problem is. He doesn't know what else to do. And from an artist to artist, I understand, right? Hopefully that makes sense, y'all. I try not to go on these tangents, but it's my spirit, What Farrakhan told what's his name, Mr. Wallace, in that 60-minute interview. It's just my passion, It's just my passion. So this is the first stage one of alchemy, or coming into an alchemist, right? And he felt the scorpion sting, like I said, of Budden and a bad album. Drake said he needs time to wait, which we already discussed. So the scorpion, right? This is when you are in survival mode. All right. Let me switch screens. All right. So, oh no, that's not going well. I'll switch it back. Says you're in survival mode early on in life. This means your primary purpose is not to get hurt. Okay. Many people are avoiding pain. All right. Life is not about avoiding pain. Yes, you could fear, right? Face everything and run, or choose that fear and face everything and rise. You got to take risk. Okay. You got to be willing to move out the box and fail at some shit. You know what I'm saying? You got to be willing to take a chance. You got to be willing to step out of your comfort zone and do things that are non-conventional. This is the only way, because there's only one you. They're not making another Rob Blackstorm no time soon. Even if you clone me and they look like me, guess what? They're not me. They don't have my DNA. They don't have my experiences. They don't have my mind, right? They don't have the biochemicals that are in my body. Even if you clone me and make a twin, because that's all a clone is a twin. Let's not, let's get out this sci-fi shit where if you clone somebody, they're going to be exactly the same, because there's no way. There's no way. Your motherfucking fingerprints are unique. So how they going to clone you and make a whole nother you, right? They could twin you, but that's about it. So this means your primary purpose is not to get hurt. However, as this is unavoidable in life, you then want to inflict pain. This is what Drake's doing, right? On those who have done the same to you. Kanye, Pusha T, Joe Budden, who he attacked in this album. It doesn't matter if it was intentional or not. You have a very retribution-based approach to life at this stage. If someone crushes your dreams, you often either take that very same energy out on someone else, or worse, on yourself. Okay, so this is all the people that's even in this community, that all you hear them talk about is hexing and binding and controlling someone's mind and shit like that, right? This is how I know all this shit, all this pro-black shit and all this shit like that is a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? No disrespect. And I love being melanated, don't get me wrong. But as much as I go in these magic groups and I see all these people talk about hexing and mind control and this and that, right? I know you niggas would have slaves. You niggas would have slaves. Please don't try to convince me of otherwise. You niggas would definitely have some slaves, all right? Because y'all already want to make slaves with a little bit of occult knowledge you have and a little bit of spiritual knowledge you have, right? On how to control somebody using this spirit. But please know, all these things are going to start unraveling as the time goes, because we are in the age of Aquarius. The age Aquarius is I know. So people are going to know more. Right, great goddess? Yes. She said, do more work on their enemies and don't even work on themselves. Drop a bomb to that. Drop a bomb to that. And again, I'm not against, you doing what you got to do if you have an op, right? But or if you got somebody that's really, 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 really fucking with you, and you can't, you can't get at them. I'm 6'3", like 240. There's some people I can't touch with my hands, or I'm going back to jail, and I don't want to do that, right? So there's some people I gotta handle spiritually, right? Because I can't handle them in the physical world. But if it's not deep, if it's a relationship or a relationship going bad, them hoes is all right. Them heifers is all right. You know what I'm saying? I just made a mistake, or it just didn't work out. The signs, it didn't align the way I thought it was going to work. But that's me. I chose to put my penis in that woman. So how I'm going to, do something malevolent for whatever they did or whatever they went through. You know what I'm saying? Unless they try to stab me or kill me or do something, crazy, which thankfully never really happened, right? Well, I did. Well, anyway. But yeah, people be really doing this to relationships, trying to get their lick back. And you're not going to feel good doing this. One, and I don't know, Spirit's telling me to talk about, so I'm going to talk about it. One is, in order to do an effective hex or any effective curse work, right? More malevolent work, you have to be really, 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 really angry, right? And you have to lower your vibration in order for it to manifest, because you got to put that into your work, right? And the way life is right now, in order to raise your vibration back up, it takes a lot of work, right? So that's not really something you want to be doing now. You want to, like she said, to have this work on yourself. And if you are going to do this type of work, shit, do it to the people in society, right? Do it to these people starting wars. Do it to these people in the government. Like, it seems like it's black people really going at black people, right? And I'm using black, not melanated, for a reason, right? It's black people going at black people with this magic, with this malevolent magic, with these bindings, with these curses, with these hexes, with these things. They want to get their lick back, but they ain't licking back the government. They ain't licking back Con Ed. They ain't getting a lick back on their landlord. They ain't getting a lick back on the tax man during tax time, right? They not getting a lick back on nothing that really shit. George Zimmerman's still alive, running around. Where all the witches that said they hexed Kevin Samuels and got him and killed him? Where they at with George Zimmerman? Where they at with these cops that be doing all this police brutality? Where they at? This is the Scorpio energy, even in this community. Even in this community. Why nobody stopping the, why nobody using magic to stop the genocide in Congo? Why nobody using magic to help the Haitians? Why nobody using magic to help the Venezuelans? Why nobody using magic to help the Palestinians? Come on now. So we got power, but our power is going towards bullshit. Our power is going towards bullshit. So let me continue reading. If someone crushes your dreams, or you often either take that very same energy out on someone else or worse, on yourself. Your sting nature during this time can often come across as emotional unavailability, with you keeping away what it is you say you most want. Okay. So this is for the people, again, this is for the Drake who always talks about wanting love and wanting someone to love him and wanting somebody to be there for him and somebody to care about him. Drake sings about this and raps about this every single album. Every single album. But maybe Drake is a big nerd. Maybe Drake likes making castles with Legos, right? Maybe Drake likes surfing. Maybe Drake likes fucking heavy metal rock music on the side, right? Maybe he likes death metal. All right. Maybe he likes fucking Tonka trucks or whatever, right? Maybe he just wants to binge watch Star Wars for a whole weekend and wants a woman there that could be with him watching Star Wars. What people call corny. You got to find somebody that aligns with you for real, because you might be stinging people and cursing people out and saying people are XYZ. Another thing, people talk about they want these great relationships, right? They want these relationships that last forever and we're going to be like, Bonnie and Clyde and, whatever, what's the Sierra and Russell, right? That's the big thing. Russ and Sierra, right? I want to be like Russ and Sierra. You want these relationships, but your emotional intelligence, your emotional availability, on the internet, you hear about what people want and don't want, right? I don't want Cheesecake Factory. I want a woman that's submissive. I don't want somebody that makes a certain amount of money. I want a girl that looks a certain amount of way. She's not a single mother, right? All these different things that are out here on the internet. But how many times have you heard what people are willing to do for their partner? What type of empathy, right? How they took care of their partner when they were sick, how they helped somebody with their bills or their finances, how they helped somebody, when they were going through a bad time, what words of encouragement, what laughs did they share with them, right? Who are you really? What is your soul really? Your true soul, your true essence, the true vibration and frequency that you fucking carry. Who are you behind the mask, right? So, as it says, your stinging nature, right, may come off as emotional availability with you keeping away what it is you said you most want. So, you think that you're going to be able to manifest this beautiful wife and this beautiful husband and this beautiful life of bliss, and y'all going to have a white picket fence and 2 dogs and 4 cars and six car garage and a fucking scooter and a Bentley scooter and a Porsche buggy. You're going to have everything you want, and all you got to do is just be. You don't got to do nothing. You don't got to compromise. You don't have to, if your partner says they don't like something, you could dress how you want, you could eat how you want, you could act how you want. You could still be single, but in a relationship, right? And still do what you want. And matter of fact, you are presenting your representative when you first meet somebody. You know how many times? Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something. You know how many times I've dated women, right? And y'all date a woman, right? And at first, the first couple of times, right? She's bringing the plates with the food, right? And getting back rubs, you know, massages, and she's cooking dinner, and you don't gotta lift your foot or finger, right? She's catering to you all up until you decide you want to be in a relationship. You come, say what's up. You ain't cooked. There's food in the fridge. You can go heat it up. I mean, this can't have. This is not just happened only to me, fellas. If this happened, put this in the comments. Type of one in the comments if this has happened to you, right? Shit just changes up. All those back rubs start to slow down, right? Start having attitudes. You know what I'm saying? Out of nowhere, and you still the same dude. You ain't doing nothing different, but because they know they got you, right? And I'm sure this happens to women too. I don't know. I'm not a woman. You know what I'm saying? But they got you, and then they start acting who they truly are, right? Stop going into relationships like that. If you ain't bringing plates from the get go, you ain't bringing plates from the get go. If you ain't doing back rubs, you ain't doing back rubs. Stop doing shit to impress people and get them on your side when you know that's not really you. Be yourself. Come out your own way. You know what I'm saying? Right, Foxy. As soon as you say you love somebody, or as soon as you say you committed, or as soon as you say I want to be with you, all this shit starts slowing down. No. And then you want to get mad, right? You want to get mad when the person sees that and then decides to keep it pushing. Sees that that wasn't really you. Right. Right, Straight Panther, you get comfortable and complacent. Exactly. Exactly. So this is stage one. This is the very bottom of the tree, right? This is the bottom of the development in this season. And this is what this is trying to show you. And even if you look at this whole Drake situation, it didn't go off the way he wanted it to. Nobody's really talking about that shit. everybody's talking about Andre's album. You know what I'm saying? So he tried to compete with 3K, with 3,000, and 3,000 hit 3 million spins on Spotify in 24 hours. Drake can do that. And Drake arguably is a bigger artist at this time, I would say, than 3,000 at this time. But 3,000 still lapped him. With him dropping a new album, with him dropping less songs, right? People's attention spans are slower. So Drake got 8 songs, right? Some of them are like 17 minutes long. Drake got 3-minute songs, 6 like 3-4 minute songs, right? And he still ain't beat Drake. He still ain't beat Drake. All right. So yes, and this one too, right? Stop acting freaky, right? You know you don't like sex like that. That's another one. You know what I'm saying? Shit. I'm a Scorpio. You know how many times I've told women, look, I got a high sex drive. I like to have sex like 4 or 5 times a week. Yeah, okay, I'm good with that, right? But then when it really happens and I'm really on your back, you know what I'm saying? I'm really on your back and I'm kissing your neck and I'm like rubbing your back and I'm trying to part them legs. And then you're like, ooh, uh, it's like, yo, but we were doing this in the beginning and you knew this is what it was. Like, this is not stopping for me. This is not just me in the beginning of a relationship. Like, I work out, I take supplements. This is who I am. You know what I'm saying? And you realize, oh, this is really who he is, right? This is the situation. I'm just using my life stories just to give you an examples, right? Of how, people are full of shit. You know what I'm saying? And don't be full of shit moving forward. Be real. Be who you are. Be what you are. And let the person accept you for who you are. And guess what? If it's not if it's not who you are, or if it doesn't match who you are, then leave them alone. The universe will provide you someone that really loves you. The universe will provide you someone that's really into you. The universe will provide you someone that will be on your spiritual journey with you. But you have to be authentic within yourself first. You have to be serious about the work yourself first, right? You want a woman you a man, you want a woman to submit to you, but what is she submitting to if all you do is work, come home and watch sports and play video games? What is she really submitting to, right? Now, if you pipe her down, yeah, she's going to be submissive for a little bit of time, but after a while, even that good dick is going to run out, fellas. You know what I'm saying? She's going to want to see more from you, especially pouring into her life and pouring into the life of the family or the relationship or whatever, your communication style, et cetera, et cetera. So all this shit applies, and it's all things that on your spiritual journey that you got to look at. And it may seem simple, but it's really not. All right. So emotional availability, which you keeping away. Oh, hold up. Let me pull this back up. Pull this back on like this. Like, no, like this. No, like this. Yeah. Emotional unavailability, which you keeping away what it is that you say you love most. As you realize that none of this is leading to success in life and love, which is what Drake is seeing. Okay. Being fake, not being himself. You eventually retreat to the darkness. Drake saying, yo, I need to step away for a while to try to hide from being hurt anymore. Like he was hurt by Budden, right? And the people talking about his album, like he was hurt by Pusha. Well, he didn't win the battle against Pusha, but you know, he's still the more popular artist, so you would think that would be enough. But when you're in a low energy or low vibration, nothing is enough, right? You want somebody to hurt because you're hurt. You want somebody to feel what you feel, right? And that's not what this is about, right? It's not about misery loves company. It's not about being miserable. It's about being God. And as your God, you're always, right? You're always in that triangular mode. You're always in that soulful mode. You're always figuring out, okay, what do I need to do next? What did I learn from this situation? Where can I grow from this situation? What did I do wrong in this situation, right? Accountability, all right? Where did I go wrong? What am I not looking at, all right? And sometimes it's just, you know, situations weren't in alignment, et cetera, et cetera. So let's go into the next slide. I appreciate you being here. Please hit that like button if you like this type of content. And if I'm giving you some jewels or something to think about, at least, consider subscribing. All right. Oh, coming soon is going to be a membership. And the membership, I've gotten several done my own and gotten a couple readings from people that I trust in. And I got to start doing readings again. And so I'm going to start doing them, right? And I already got like a plate of readings, but I have to add more. So I'm going to start doing readings on YouTube. Probably most likely I'm going to do a couple just to show y'all what I do. And then it's going to be membership where I do them 1 day a week. All right. Where you could come on if you're a member and I'll do a reading for you totally free of charge. All right. And I'm going to do that every week, 1 day a week, but that's coming down the pipe. Do I have merch still? Yes, I do still have merch, but I'm looking for a new supplier, so I'm not really pushing it like that heavy until I get the new supplier. But yes, I do still have merch, and I will share that, but not this time. But thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it, great guys. All right. So let's go to the next slide. So this is the Scorpion, the first stage one of alchemy. All right. Being yourself, coming into yourself, being brave, all right? Being who you are and who you want to be unapologetically. I'm not worried about what people think or what people have to say. It takes, yeah, it is a risk. Yeah, it takes courage, all that, all that. I'm not going to say it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say you won't have to change friends. I'm not going to say family might look at it a certain way. In fact, there might be some family you can't tell, right? Just because of their reaction and how they're going to be. And you got to keep it to yourself. But when it comes down to it, right? And if people like, you don't have to tell anybody, yo, I'm an occultist or I'm a magician or whatever. But if people come out and like, yo, or like your family and they're like, are you Christian? You could say no. You could say, or Muslim, you could say no. And you don't really have to explain why. You're living your life. You know what I'm saying? You're living the life the way you want to live. And let's say you decide to get off this path in the future and go another path. That's fine. You're living your life. This is your path, and only you can live it. Let's continue. So we got Brother Love. All right. Brother Love. Okay. And this is what you're seeing a lot of nowadays, okay? What I call pop spirituality. All right, pop spirituality. Now, this is Brother Love Puffy during the pandemic, right? But we all know that Brother Love ain't burning sage and he ain't fucking with crystals, right? This is all cap. You know what I'm saying? This is all to captivate the masses. This is all during the pandemic. Everybody was looking for some type of, whether it was, listening to TD Jakes or on YouTube or running back to their Bible, leaving occultism and mysticism and, or just fucking disappearing, right? From the face of the earth because it was scared, right? I still remember. I still remember. I still remember who was here, who wasn't here, and who was guiding and who wasn't. Even though a lot of them are back now trying taking y'all money, but I remember who was here and who wasn't here. And Brother Love, right? In this picture, right? This is what you see a lot of people doing, right? This is fronting, right? This is fronting for the gram, I call it, right? Fronting for the gram. That's what he's doing, right? He is acting like he is part of spiritual culture and he has the spiritual culture toolbox, right? It's like, for instance, it's like saying that you're a handyman and you walk around with overalls, right? And a belt, a tool belt, right? And a hard hat, but you never worked on no houses. You know what I'm saying? You ain't built a house in the first. You don't know the difference between a screwdriver and a wrench. You know what I'm saying? You have no idea, right, what a Phillips head screwdriver is versus a regular screwdriver, right? You don't have any idea, right? You don't even know how to use a measuring tape correctly, but you've seen it, right? You've heard people talking about sage. It's because it's become pop and you're doing it, right? This is where people go wrong because you can't be playing with this, right? I mean, you can obviously, and this is where commercialism and marketing and these type of things come in, because they know this is what's trending, right? I have another YouTube channel, right, which I won't talk about. But I have another YouTube channel, and when I first logged on that YouTube channel, the first thing they popped up was offered me readings. I'm like, the fuck? Like, you offered me a free tarot reading from one of their YouTube psychics? I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is like, you know what I'm saying? What they have this McDonald's thing with Cardi B was offering people psychic readings. Like, this ain't that. You know what I'm saying? This ain't what that's for. The occult means hidden culture again, right? Don't be scared. Occult means hidden culture. You can call it metaphysics if it makes you feel better, right? But really, metaphysics to occultism. Occult just means hidden culture. And this culture is not for everybody, right? This is not a way of life that the masses are supposed to really be following. This is why the Bible says it's 144,000. Now, why I don't agree with that number, right? Mathematically, right? 4 plus 4 plus 1 equals 9. So 9 is the number of birth, right? 9 months of birth, things like that. 9 is the number of bringing new things into existence, right? Feminine, right? So when we're talking about 144,000, we're talking about people who are born again. I'm not talking about you being baptized or dunked in some motherfucking holy water, so-called holy water, by some possible pedophile, right? I'm talking about you again coming into yourself and you being your true God self and you living in your purpose and you taking the risk to be that person, right? Not fronting. You know what I'm saying? Being authentic. You know what I'm saying? And I thought the picture on the right was just funny. there's no there's no metaphysical meaning, right? It's just funny. Surviving Puffy. I thought that was clever. And with all these allegations, like it's like yikes, you know what I'm saying? But don't be a pop spiritualist, right? As I've told you guys that follow me many, many moons, right? The people with the spiritual, metaphysical garbs, the people with the high and mighty Heru, Hotep, Ra, King, Sun, Divine, Goddess, Lotus, Oshun, Yemaya, Princess, Magi, Sun Star, Seed, Ogun, all these people with these names, those are the people I trust the least. Those are the people I trust the least on here, right? You got to prove it to me. And there's people with these names online where, I've seen their work, I see what they're doing, and they've proven it. They've proven that they've embodied these names. But most of these people, they're just names on the internet, right? When they go to fucking go to work on the fries at Taco Bell, right? They're back to being John Smith or Jane Smith, right? That's who they really are in real life. The name is just a cover up. It's no different than Puffy lighting the sage and this crystal. If you're not doing this real work, and the real work is not you lighting candles, the real work is not you buying crystals, the real work is not you even buying a bunch of books, right? The real work is going within yourself, doing the shadow work to heal, to heal. First and foremost, let's say this, right? If you look on any tree of life, right, the Hermetic or the Hebrew Kabbalah, right, it first starts with Malkuth on a Kabbalah, right, on a Hermetic tree of life is called Geb, right, and this is pretty much the Earth realm, right, the Earth realm that you are here in, and the Earth realm deals with money, food, clothing, shelter, resources, right? You got to get your resources in order. Okay. Every once in a while, I'll channel a money spell, and that's why I'll throw it out there. I'll give it to y'all. Okay, I have this money spell, or I did this money spell at work. I don't give y'all nothing, even when it comes to the Solomon seals and all that I gave y'all past videos. I don't give y'all nothing that I haven't used that didn't work. That's one thing about me. I'm not just giving you things out of books and saying, well, try it out. Maybe that should have worked. No, that's why sometimes you won't see me for 3 weeks. You won't see me for a month because the spirit's not inspiring me to do this work or talk to y'all, then I won't talk to y'all. I don't got nothing to give y'all. You know what I'm saying? I'm channeling. If I'm channeling spirit, then I got something to give y'all. You know what I'm saying? So I'll give y'all, even though the spell on how to heal from a breakup, that was a channel. yo, you did this in the past. Why don't you give it to him? I'm like, all right, I'll give it to y'all. You know what I'm saying? I share it with y'all. Those who works for it or you need it, we'll take it. Those who don't, won't, right? But these are the things that have worked or I've channeled and I've used and worked. So obviously the sage didn't work for Puff, right? Obviously the big amethyst crystal didn't give him any psychic abilities, or he would have paid Cassie a long time ago. Which brings us to the next slide, right? Of Brother Love, right? Jealousy and obsession. Okay. This is another Scorpio trait. Okay. And now we're going into this is the ego portion, right? And the energy that we are in. All right. Now you have to look at when these things happen, right? Who are you jealous of, and what are you jealous of, and what are you obsessing over? All right. A lot of people are obsessed about celebrities. Okay. A lot of people can't live life without these celebrities. They talk about them every day on Instagram and Facebook or Twitter, right? It's just celebrity. It's almost like they're Tasha K, but they're not getting paid like Tasha K, or they're Wendy Williams and they're not getting paid by Wendy Williams. And eventually, the Tasha K is let's just say there's still a big cleanup going on in the spirit world, and everyone who's supposed to get theirs is going to get theirs, right? There's only so long you can spew negativity in this particular cycle that we're in with all these solar flares, and you still are going to be up, so to speak. Now, it may look like you're up financially, getting money and things like that, but inside yourself, you won't be up. Okay. When you look in the mirror, you won't be up. When you go to bed and have those dreams, you won't be up. Okay. You might be filled with anxiety and depression. And a lot of times people will work through and smile through their depression. They'll smile through their stress. They'll smile through their anxiety, and you won't even know. But because you've already made yourself a certain way, you have to keep going. And if anybody should learn about the dangers of gossip, right, you should look at the example of Wendy Williams. All right. But anyway, jealousy and obsession. So the situation with Cassie, right? Well, let's look at some of these things that allegedly he did. And I ain't gonna go through all this, but says Diddy. Let me make sure y'all can see what I'm looking at. All right. Y'all can't see the whole thing, so let me do this. Bam. So it says, hold up, y'all. All right, there we go. So it says Diddy forced Cassie to use NSFW terms while searching for freak off participants. Lawsuit claims Diddy allegedly instructed Cassie to search for large black while finding male Lex workers, according to her recent lawsuit. Okay. So, like, this is what I'm saying. This is wild. And this is, again, this is that Scorpio season. Scorpio season is about uncovering the mysteries. You know what I'm saying? So it's about uncovering the mysteries. So you could read that article yourself. It goes into detail, right? But Scorpio season is about uncovering the mysteries at the end of the day. So his secret sex life, Diddy, which was been rumored for years here in New York that, Diddy was, like them transmissions, right? And, he liked them transmissions or whatever you want to call them, right? And he's been like that, right? This has been out there for quite some time. So this is nothing new, right? The abuse and everything, that's a new allegation, right? That he SA'd her, right, with the DV. I'm using code words, obviously, right? But these are new allegations. And do I know he did it? No. Or did he do it or not? No. Do I really care? No, to be honest, because again, it's not my life. It's not doing anything for me. If anything, it's nothing more than water cooler talk for me. You know what I'm saying? And really, uh, I have no horse in the race, so to speak, right? But no one wants to see a woman, any spiritual man, I would say, wants to see a woman get beat. I know I don't, I ain't never hit a woman, so I don't have no record of anything like that. Um, But yeah, this is something that, is obviously going to trigger, you know, women in particular, uh, that this situation happened. And one thing I do want to say is be careful um about, you know, being triggered or associating yourself with this, and having so much empathy that it triggers you if you have gone through a DV type of situation. And if it does, use that as a way to heal. And you may not want to hear this, but in your meditations, that person, you really want to give them, and in your imagination, you really want to give them a hug. That's really the alchemy of making you, because again, the goal is to be light as a feather, right? We don't want to, the goal is my eye. The goal is to be as light as a feather, right? The feather represents your thoughts, and this is on the scale of Anubis. So the feather represents your thoughts, and the heart represents your emotions. Okay. So how you think and how you feel is really, quote unquote, the gateway to heaven. And the heaven is really you not reincarnating here back on earth, right? That's the goal, to be a star, right? The sun is a star. So the sun is some great old ancestor that is has this as their universe, right? And you being on earth is part of the whole universe. This whole Milky Way is for you, right? And I'm not saying us, I'm saying for you. It's for you. The cycles, right? Even if you look at, let's look at Libra season, right? Just to show you how nature, right? Nature, the netter or the netter rule, the nature rule or the natural rule works. In Libra season, remember all the celebrities were breaking up, right? You had the two sisters that were with white men, they broke up. This is when the first thing started with Kiki. I forgot her name. Where she's alleging, DV and SA from her boyfriend or baby father Darius, right? With the whole Usher situation, I forgot her last name. You can put in if you know it, put in the comments. But all these different celebrity breakups were happening in Libra season because Libra deals with relationships, right? So right now, Scorpio is dealing with the hidden aspect, right? You see, the sexuality is in there as well, right? And this is what happens over time when you do people dirty, right? We all know about Diddy's stories as far as being a music mogul and what he's been doing, right? Et cetera, et cetera. Robbing his artists, et cetera, et cetera. This is not, yes, thank you, boy. Shout out to you, boy. Kiki Palmer, right? Kiki Palmer. All these situations were happening, right? Also, this situation is ill. Speaking of Kiki Palmer, is because Kiki Palmer, right? Whenever there is a solar flare, right? Whenever there's a big solar flare, and you guys that follow me know that I follow space weather on a regular basis, right? I look at what's happening with the universal weather, right? What's solar flares, because those are the days tell me to go outside or go heavy on the meditation, right? That's what this is for. When there's more sunlight, you that are a melanated vehicle, right? Melanated avatar, that means that it's more spiritual power. That means there's more intelligence. That means there's more downloads. That means there's more aha moments. But you got to again do the work to be receptive enough to see when these things are happening, to see what's going on. Or you could read, the Puffy saga and all these other celebrity sagas, and you'll get lost in the sauce and you'll be off your game, right? But I look at these things to understand whenever there's a solar flare, big solar flare, these last couple of Thursdays, right? Last week it was this Kiki Palmer situation. This past week it was the Puffy situation, both on Thursdays. So I'm looking forward to see what's going to happen this next upcoming Thursday, right? And by the way, there's a solar flare that hit today. So hopefully you went outside. Hopefully after this you do some meditations, you go within yourself, right? You tap in and you sort out what you need to sort out. But again, this is about the work, right? You really got to go in and heal. My meditation is this. I had a meditation. It was a long ass meditation. The shit was like over an hour, which I have long meditations, but this one was like damn near an hour and a half. And I usually max out at like an hour 5 hour, 10 minutes, right? This one was like an hour and a half. And it was taking me, my meditation was taking me to different things that I forgot in my childhood. It was taking me to different events that I've totally forgot. And I'm in the meditation, and it's taking me to things like, you know, things in my childhood, you know, things in my relationships, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And and spirit was like, yo, give them a hug. And these are people that, you know, if I probably saw again, I probably would smack. I ain't gonna lie to you. Smack fire out their mouth. You know what I'm saying? Smack the taste out their mouth. You know what I'm saying? Do something dirty to them, some of them, you know. But spirit told me, yo, these are things that you haven't let go. So you got to make peace with these situations. You got to make peace with these people. And in these, I had to make peace. I had to smile. I had to hug. You know what I'm saying? I had to show unconditional love, right? I had to show unconditional love to these people that were enemies, ops, opponents, right? People who did me dirty. I had to show them love. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I have to move past that attachment to that pain and transcend that. And that is part of the work, right? Whether you believe it or not, right? And as you grow in this path, you will understand that more and more, as I have. So this is the ego portion, right? Remember, we're dealing with still on the 3 stages of Scorpio. Okay, so we're at the ego portion right now with Puffy. And you see, he was the Joker last year, which seems fitting based on all these crazy allegations. All right. And he's another masked man, okay, acting like he's a hero, Batman. Now, it was Halloween and all that, but apparently Cassie's been asking Diddy for this money for months, right? Give me my money for months. And quiet as kept, yo, we and the homies, when we talked about it, yo, the first day it happened, yo, she deserves it. Give it a, me and my homie said this, when we was like, yo, we should just pay her like 30 million. You're a billionaire, bro. You should have been paid her the 30 million, and just to not even go through it. But when you're not right, when you're not spiritually in tune, right, your ego, right, you the ego, right, your ego, you think you're above everybody, right, you don't have the emotional intelligence, or you're not getting the downloads, you're not getting the ideas, you're not getting the vision on what to do next. So you end up making mistakes like this. And now this has opened the floodgate. This is not going to be the first person who tries to sue Diddy now that he's gave up 30 million, right? This is not going to be the first one. Nor now, and also it's put a dent on all his future business endeavors. Who's going to want to do who's going to want to do business with a man like this, who seems this dirty, who seems this despicable, who's this abusive person, right? Whether he did it or not is not the point. Reputation, right? It says this in 48 Laws of Power. Reputation, guard your reputation with your life. All right? That's the most important thing. I see Sukiana's now on the internet. I sent a clip. She's talking about I'm doing it's a new me. Don't worry about the old me. What? What? Just last year, you was just not even last year, 3 months, 5 months ago or something. You was talking in France or London, talking about you want to get your coochie scratch. And now people are supposed to forget all of a sudden. No, you have that reputation. That's your reputation. That's what people are going to talk about because that's the path that you laid. That's the path that you're walking on, and people are going to talk about it. This doesn't mean you can't be yourself. It doesn't mean you can't change. It doesn't mean you can't transform. But to expect people to say, "Yo, I'm just throw that in the garbage and I'm moving on," is disingenuous and it's unaccountable. And you're not being accountable for your behavior because people are going to talk about your past. That's just the way life is. People are going to talk about your past, and you got more time. You got to put more time in to show people that you truly changed. Not in no 2-3 months. Again, this was just earlier this year. She was in London talking about she wants a coochie scratch in public, real ratchet like. She was just getting walked by dogs this summer. She was just getting walked like a dog this summer. You understand? So again, this mask, right? This billionaire bat, okay? He's wearing a mask again, okay? This is the mask, okay? Him having money and luxury, him being brother love and being spiritual, right? And praising God and always talking about God and all that. It's all a mask, right? It's all a mask. And about this Diddy situation, this is another thing. Money and love can't save you. All right. There's no way. Again, a lot of people, and I talked about this in another video, but a lot of people think, oh, when I get this certain amount of money, what's up, Vincent? When I get this certain amount of money, right, I'm going to be I'm gonna be everything's gonna be all right, right? Once I hit this million, or once I get this 2 million, or once I get this 100 grand, or once I get this, everything's gonna be all right. My life is gonna be great. You know what I'm saying? Everything's gonna be fixed. I don't have to worry about anything. And it doesn't work that way. Or once I find the love of my life, pooh, girl. Once I find that nigga, girl, I'm just gonna love him. Or bro, yo, I find this chick, man. She like this. She like sports. She like video games. You know what I'm saying? This is how dudes really be talking though. Yo, what? Yo, she like sports. Yeah, yo, she like sports, bro. I be playing video games. She picking up the controller with me. Yo, she the one, bro. When I find her, man, I'm good, man. I'm good. No, man. Any one of these things, you still got to do internal work. You still got to be good within yourself. You still have to raise and manage your spirit. Remember, your spirits go up and down. You got to manage that. If you most people are NPCs, most people are sheep, and most people wear masks, right? Because they don't want to be judged. They don't want anybody saying anything about them. They don't want to be criticized, right? But you have to be willing to go through that fire of flame, right? Man, we talked about the triangle earlier of being your true self and acting as your true self. And these celebrities, all this celebrity shit is dying. Like the new celebrity is the influencer on YouTube, is the influencer on Instagram, Facebook, X, and blah, 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 blah. That is the new celebrity. These celebrities are dying off, right? As you can see. In fact, there's people in the sports world, this is happening, I know, where they're pulling people from YouTube, like Pat McAfee, right, who already has a big YouTube following, and they're taking them and putting them on mainstream TV because mainstream TV is not getting the same views as Pat McAfee is getting doing his sports show on YouTube. And that's happening more and more and more. Look at Jay Farrow, right? He was doing skits on Instagram and Twitch, or TikTok, I think, right? And now he's doing producing music tracks, and I think about to be in a movie and all sorts of other things. Like this is the next wave. The celebrity is dead. That celebrity mask is dying, right? You're gonna have to be authentic and real with the people moving forward. So don't look at these people like they have a life better than you. Okay. Don't think that when you get a right amount of money or the right amount of love. Again, I've told you guys, I've been on both sides, right? I was raised with a wealthy parent, right? I was raised also with a parent that wasn't so wealthy. Okay. I went from living in a mini mansion one time during my family's high drinks to living in the projects for over almost 2 years, right? So, and trust me, you know what I'm saying? I've seen people with money that were not happy, and I've seen people in abject poverty that was happy and loving and nice and sweet and all that, right? And vice versa, right? Not saying all people with money are bad or evil or depressed or anything like that, right? But there are a good amount, right? Don't think they're all, don't think because they pay all their bills, right? All money does is provide you comfort, right? And luxury. That's it. It provides you comfort and luxury, physical comfort and physical luxury. But if you're not comfortable within yourself, or you got to wear a mask every day, and you got to impress people, and you got to stun on people, and you got to make people feel like you're the man and you're the woman, and look at me, right? That is the problem of the ego. That is the ego, or the ego in place. Now, the situation with Diego, right? This is the company that he was partnered with when he was doing um Ciroc, right? When you see the De Leon glasses, this is the picture on the right. And he alleged racism. I mean, could they have got at Cassie and put Cassie on this mission. Now, apparently, New York, there's a law that it would have expired 10 years. It's a 10-year law, and it would expire in uh, actually on Thanksgiving, right? The DV law, right? Y'all know what I mean, DV, right? The DV law, where you could file a complaint or a lawsuit, right? This is a civil suit, so he would have never went to jail. And another thing about this, right? Everybody's pro-black. If it's a black they don't like, you know what I'm saying? They ready to throw him in jail. You know how many posts and how much I've seen of people wanting this man to go to jail? What the fuck did he do to you personally? This is emotional intelligence now. What did he do to you personally? How did he affect your life personally? All he did was produce All About the Benjamins for you. You know what I'm saying? That's all he did was produce bangers. You know what I'm saying? Say what you want about him, but you can't say he during the 90s he ain't made banging music and produced banging joints, right? What did he do to you? Half of these people never even touched the hem of his garment, but they want to see him go to jail. This is why you got to be pro you and pro truth. Because at the end of the day, it's not about color. It's about character. It's about consciousness, right? It's about comprehension, and it's about your spirituality, the essence of who you are, the energy that you radiate. Yes, great goodness, kindness. Yeah, he's a legend. You can't take that away from him the same way you can't take that from R. Kelly. He's a musical legend. Whatever they did, right? I'm not excusing anything these men did, right? As far as with women, right? I believe that, it's disgusting, right, for a man to hit a woman. And I've witnessed that in some parts of my childhood. So it's not something that I take lightly or something that I think is acceptable. But we have to understand that this is life. And part of life is the law, there's polarity, right? There's polarity. There is going to be a negative and a positive, right? That is a universal law. Evil is going to exist. There's never going to be a day where all melanated / black people link up, kumbaya, and say, we're going to take over the world or we're going to fix this shit. Guess what, though? It will be people that are melanated, people that are non-melanated, people that are whatever, green, blue, black, gray, that are going to come together, just like during the scamdemic, and say, no, we're not going to have it. And this is the way we're going to go. And that's where we're going universally, because we're in the age of Aquarius, which deals with individuality, which deals with people coming into their own gifts, which deals with the new stars, people expressing their true self, right? People being more authentic in who they are. And as this occurs more and more and more, you're going to see a lot of these facades in people being exposed. Even some of your teachers, even some of these agents that are on YouTube. You think a lot of these popular people aren't agents? They're not put here by the government, just like they did Stokely Carmichael and H. Rap Brown and the NOI and Malcolm X with the OAU and the Black Panthers and XYXYXYZ keeps going. You think they're not on YouTube? Think again. But they got their day coming too, where they will get exposed as well. So did they from what is it? I keep saying Diego. It's not Diego. It's what's the name of this shit? They're Diageo, right? So did Diageo send Cassie, right? Right before the statute of limitations when she couldn't file? Said she was looking for him for months to get that money. And there are those of you who say this, that she shouldn't have filed she shouldn't gone over after the money. She shouldn't have got 30 million. She should have sought justice. No, that's not what I want to put.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
If I got an ex, I got an ex that I broke up with years ago, right? And they got some money, right? and I'm filing a lawsuit for the money. I don't want them. I'm filing a lawsuit. I don't want them to go to jail. I want the money. I want the money. And guess what? You do too. If you had an ex that you could file suit on and get some money, and they gave you the option, nigga, if they gave me the option for 10 grand, nigga, they gave me the option for a grand, nigga. I'm telling, yeah, I'm gonna sue their ass for a grand. Yeah, give me that grand. I don't want them to go to jail. I want the money. Because guess what? I could do more with the money than me seeking justice, whatever that word is, really, and go in this America, right? That everything could be bought and paid for in capitalism. Instead of seeking justice, right? I'm gonna get my justice through cashing that check and taking care of my family for the rest of their life. So don't be disingenuous, right? With your assessment. Look at it from this is where being an empath comes in, right? Yeah, Kenton, right? Like, right, $500. Shit. Give me 500. Give me one of my shit. Give me one of my exes I could sue. Give me $500, right? And I'm suing their ass tomorrow, Monday morning. I'm filing paperwork. How Denzel say? I'm filing paperwork on all you motherfuckers, right? Pelican Bay. Nah, matter of fact, no Pelican Bay. Put that shit in my pocket, right? How A. Rashid say, sock it to my pocket. So, and Diego can't really be racist, and this is why. Because when you see what Diego owns, you're gonna realize this is all nigga shit, right? Johnny Walker, Guinness. If you Caribbean or any Jamaicans or Caribbeans or Trinidadians, Guinness is a staple. Like I don't even think white people drink Guinness, to be honest. I think it's only black people. Tanqueray, we all Snoop, gin and juice. All right, the '90s had us drinking this nasty ass Tanqueray. I drank it. You might have drank it too if you were of a certain age. All right, that nasty ass Tanqueray. All right, Bailey's cream. That's another Caribbean Jamaican staple. All right, Smirnoff. Everybody drinks Smirnoff. Captain Morgan was a slave trader, by the way, and a violent slave trader. No one should be drinking Captain Morgan anything. All right. If you knew the history of Captain Morgan and what he did to melanated people through the Caribbean and XYZ, no one would be drinking Captain Morgan. So if you didn't know, research Captain Morgan, and that's never a spirit you could drink, right? Crown Royal, that's some nigga shit all day, all day, all day, all day long. All right. First time I drank Crown Royal was when I was down south. All right. Don Julio, you already know what that is. We all know Don Julio, Ciroc. We don't got to talk about that. Buchanan's, I never heard that. That's probably for the white people. Casamigos, these are things. These are like Casamigos, like a name that's, Ciroc. These are names that you've heard. Smirnoff, Kettle One, Jim Beam. All right. So I say all this to say that whatever racism he was alleging, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that that didn't happen, but I will say that they seem to already be, this seems to be something that this company has done with nigga brands, right? It looks like that they talk to rappers, because you hear all these rappers rapping about Casamigos now. You heard them rapping about Kettle One. And what they do is they just pay these rappers to rap about it in their songs, right? Just like they did Pastor Cavassier, right? That was Puffy's, one of Puffy's things, Pastor Cavassier, Puffy and Buster, right? They got paid to rap that. They didn't just do it, Peace of Legend Archer. They didn't just do it, Peace of Exodus. They didn't just do it out of the kindness of their heart, right? So when he's alleging racism, it's like you gotta like kind of side eye and see what was his real agenda, right? And did they send Cassie after him after this? It could be, right? That could have been a part of it, right? But money and love can't save you, okay? The best man can't save you, right? And you are alleging racism, all right? That's an old model too. I hate to say. I gotta tell you an uncomfortable truth, my melanated family. Other races don't give a fuck about what's going on with you. They don't. From a person who walked off Wall Street, worked in several places downtown Manhattan, New York is a melting pot. They don't give a fuck what's going on with you. They're too busy worried about their own shit, their own lives, their own children, their own family, their own businesses, their own bills, their own health. They don't have time to worry about you and what you're doing and how they're going to fix you and if Black Lives Matter and all that bullshit, right? They're busy focusing on themselves and what they have to do. And I'm not saying racism doesn't exist, but guess what? If you're a magical being and you strengthen your electromagnetic field through doing your spiritual work, right? Through tapping in and raising your vibration every day, finding spaces to laugh and feel joy and be at peace when you go through drama, when you go through hardships, to find solutions instead of excuses, to get off your ass and stop complaining and start making moves, right, towards what you say you want or the person that you say you want to be or you want to attract, because you don't attract what you want, you attract what you are. So you have to be the person that and the person that you want to be around. A lot of people are like, yo, I'm a black sheep on the black sheep of my family, and there's no one like me. I'm alone. Well, there's tons of people online that are into this, right? They use your discretion and your discernment, but you could meet people that are like you. Like I used to be like that. Like, oh, people don't understand me, and people, they're not gonna get me. And no, be yourself wherever you are. Trust me, people will like you for your magical ass. People like you for your spiritual ass. And if they don't, keep it pushing and keep raising your vibration. Don't call them haters and don't say, oh, you don't, and maybe they don't understand you, but stop bitching, stop complaining, and keep rising. Keep rising to the top of whatever and whoever your purpose is to be, and stay in your stand on your square and stand in your God self. And that's the only way that you're gonna make it into the heavens, right? And I'm not talking about the heavens of the church. I'm talking about the heavens to where you're not reincarnating back here again. All right. That is the purpose. Panic was right about that. All right. That is something the Cometians have taught. Brother Panic, I'm talking about. That the whole goal of this whole journey is not to come back again. Not to come back again at all. So let's go to the next one. So stage 2 of alchemy, the eagle. All right. Um, Emotional intelligence, fearlessness. Oh, let me make sure y'all can see what I see. All right. Let me do this. Can y'all still see the words like this? Type a one in the chat if y'all can see the words, because it looks very small on my screen. Let me see if I can blow it up. See what y'all see. Oh, actually I can. Oh, y'all can see this. All right. Boom. All right. So emotional intelligence, the eagle. So the first inclination of this phase is to avoid being hurt again by not being around anyone. All right. So Diddy didn't want to pay that money, right? He didn't want to get hurt. He didn't want to go through it, right? And eventually ended up getting hurt worse. And that's quick settlement ain't settling shit, because we all know, right? It was out there. And that actually was going to be a book by Cassie. Cassie was writing a book. All right. So a lot of that stuff that is in those court documents, if you got a chance to read them or skim past the articles or whatever, it was supposed to be part of her book. All right, so she was going to do a tell all anyway, so he should have been just paid the money up. But again, when you're not spiritually in tune, this is the shit that happens to you, quote unquote, bad luck. So the eagle flies higher than any other bird. Again, Puffy was that eagle flying higher than other birds, right? Considered elite, right? Rich, powerful, right? Could pay off cops, pay off people to hide things, hide video, etc., etc. Cashy said he was stashing her in hotels after he beat her, right? Whether it's true or not, whether you believe it or not, right? That's not the point. The point is, right, that you don't want to be in these type of situations, period. And your money or power is not going to save you from being accountable in this life or the next. Not because no, so it says the eagle flies higher than any other bird, which means they have a tendency to be lonely during this time. Not because no one is there for you or because people don't love you, but rather because you self isolated out of fear of being hurt again or having to change. Again, billionaire, Dark Knight, right? Hiding behind a mask, right? Batman is alone, okay, by himself. Remember, he lost his bulk of his money comes from these liquor, right? Nobody's buying that Love album like that. You know what I'm saying? This ain't the 90s. People ain't buying CDs and tapes. So the album's not selling like that. And I don't even hear people really bumping this Diddy shit no more. So it's came and gone pretty much. That's how this new streaming cycle runs. Like there's a new album every week on your phone. So people are like on to the next if your shit ain't super cracking, right? So basically, he's trying to still do the same thing that he's been doing in the 90s. And it's a new time. Okay. This is why Cassie came out, right? Whether it's for money or whatever, this is just a time where people are coming out with their truth and people are living their truth, whatever they see that as, right? So it says no one is there. No, the eagle learns. The eagle learns that it doesn't have to hide in order to keep itself safe. You can find success in life and in love, but in order to do so, you need to take a chance on each. They learn that failure is the only redirection, and that pain, while pain is a part of life, it doesn't have to define who we are. Okay, so hopefully Puff learns from this, but the lesson in this is again being fearless, money and love. A lot of this story is like Cassie saying that a lot of this is Cassie saying that if you read it, and this is the only objection I have with it, personal objection, human objection, right? Is when you read it, like from the first and I didn't read it, I actually was listening to Lead Attorney here on YouTube while I was working. So I got to hear like a lot of what was on the record. But it starts with her meeting Puffy as a child or as a young girl, right? And then Puffy going fast forward, Puffy picks her up in a luxury vehicle, and he offers her like a pill, right? They don't say what the pill is, but he offers her a pill and tells her to take it. Now she is alleging that because of his money and power, she felt pressure to do it, right? But that's bullshit, right? You have your own free will. You could be intimidated. You could feel like, man, this guy's, and she said she was doing it to further her music career. But I mean, and obviously, based on the thing, she did a lot of things for him in order to further her music career. But those were her choices. All right. Those are her choices. And she has to have some accountability for that as well. Right. The beatings, the abuse, whatever, that's a different story. But she didn't have to take the pill. She could have said no, right? And maybe that would have been the end of that musical journey, right? But yes, great goodness goddess, exactly. She was there for the money. And that's keeping it real, right? She was there for the money and the fame. And she thought that the money and the fame, right? And the high profile lover, which a lot of motherfuckers think, right? Once they get this man with this money and this status, oh man, that's going to be it. He doesn't take me to Cheesecake Factory. Oh shit, he's flying me here. This is the one. This is the one. I'm going to do everything he says because I want to keep this. And then you end up losing yourself in the process. And you end up wearing a mask you didn't even know you was putting on. But you were putting on because you weren't being your authentic self for the money. And there's plenty of ways. A girl that looks like Cassie, there's plenty of ways to get money. You know what I'm saying? Plenty of ways she could have got money. And plenty of different producers, et cetera, that she could have went on that journey for. So whatever happened to her, she also has to learn to take, and also part of her journey will be, even though she's got this money, right, is to learn how to be accountable for her actions and be accountable for what she went through so that she's not, I don't know if she has kids or whatever, but she's not teaching her children like these type of behaviors. Because just because somebody hands you a pill because they're rich and powerful doesn't mean you have to take it, right? So they learn that failure is the only redirection. So it's about, again, emotional intelligence, all right, and fearlessness, okay? Being emotionally intelligent is being balanced ultimately, and it is understanding how to control your spirits. See, when you're working with orishas, when you're working with the Neteru, when you're working with the Loa, these are all deities, these are all deific spirits. When you're working with these different spirits, right, you have to realize each spirit is a personality. Each spirit is not only personality, but it is also a tone. It's a musical tone. It's a musical note. It's a musical octave, right? Even your chakras, your 7 chakras, they all have correspondence. Bag, fed C. B, third, A, G, throat, F, heart, E, solar plexus, uh, yeah, E, solar plexus, uh, D, sacral. No, I messed something up. Crown, B. A, third eye. G, throat. F, solar plexus. No, heart. Sorry. F, that's what I missed. Heart. E, solar plexus. D, sacral. And C, root. Right? Yes, Kenton, thank you. C, root. Right? So bag fed C. So all of these personalities that these deities have not only have musical tones, but as you work with them, right? As you light candles, as you get to study and you get to learn their personalities, they become part of you. That's the whole idea of working with a spirit is you're working that energy within you. See, the common man and woman is saying, "Oh, work with the spirit and the spirit is going to take care of everything." Like it's still a Christian mindset of won't he do it? Won't Jesus do it? Right? And Jesus is going to take care of. I'm going to put my trust in Jesus, and that's you putting trust in something outside of you, right? Something an external force, just like you put trust in the government, you put trust in the new black leader. Like I just joined a panic group today on Facebook, and I'm about to chop right the fuck up out of that shit, and because I see stupid shit in there, and I'm like, yo, this has nothing to do with anything Panic was talking about or Bobby, right? And niggas in there like, yo, now that Panic's going, who's the next? Who's the next one? Like, nigga, you still looking for leaders after listening to Panic? After listening to Bobby? You still looking for a nigga to lead you? When there's thousands of videos by Panic, if you combine Panic, Bobby, C. Freeman L, uh, um, uh, uh, you name it, right? That spiritual occult masters, right? That are already out here, and you need somebody else, my nigga? No, what you need is some books. What you need is a quiet room, quiet, dark room, and you to close your eyes and sit down. What you need is to dance until you get into trance, meditate until you get into trance. What you need is some spiritual baths to clean your aura. What you need, what you need is to, right. Thank you, Dre Allah. Delbert Blair, right? As a yell, right? We can keep going, right? There's so many people that came and gone already, but you still need somebody else to lead you. You're still looking for a leader. You're not ready. You're still not ready. Okay? Each deity, again, is a personality that you are supposed to be embodying. That's the part these Christians don't understand, nor the Muslims, nor the Jew, nor the people that follow Judaism. You're not supposed to be following, you're supposed to be embodying. You're supposed to be walking like Jesus. Like I always say, I don't care if you're a Christian, but are you walking like Christ? I don't care if you're a Muslim, but are you walking like the Prophet Muhammad? That's what matters. Are you a vessel of Yemaya? Are you a vessel of Ogun? Are you a vessel of Shango? Are you a vessel of Oshun? Are you acting as if? You're not supposed to just give offerings and put the shit on the candle and wait. No, if you're working, then you're working. The whole point of giving an offering is an exchange of energy. It's a back and forth. This is not Christianity. We not waiting on no angel to deliver for us. We work with the energy so the energy works with us. It's quantum entanglement, if you want to call it, make it scientific. It's quantum entanglement. Let's continue going. So we've come to the crescendo, okay? Blue sun rises, okay? This is the phoenix aspect. Remember, we just went through the eagle, right? 3 stages of Scorpio, the eagle, right? We could call that the circle or the heart, right? We could call that Mercury, the spirit, right? Sexual energy. Another thing about sexual energy, real quick, I'll move on, I promise you. Sexual energy is one of the keys to unlocking your kundalini and your third eye, right? It is sexual energy that is your creative power, your uh, sacral power, if you will, sacral or sacred. That is how life comes into being, how you got here through your mama and daddy. It's what inspires you, believe it or not, to create art, to create whatever you love, whatever you're passionate about, right? That comes from your sexual energy. It deals with your, the sacral deals with your sensuality, and your creativity and your sexuality, right? So, sexual energy, this is what Scorpio is about too. There's a way you could use this sexual energy, and I'll give you a tip, right? If you're a person who meditates, right, what you want to do is on your in breath is hold your perineum, right? What holds your pee? That's the valve or whatever, if you will, that holds your pee when you're trying to pee. And you hold it on your in breath and you release it on the out breath. That will also spark you getting into not only meditative trance faster. And once you get into your trance state, right, you stop, right? And once you're stop the breathing in and out, you stop doing it, right? But it also charges whatever you're working on mentally, right? Also, when you're having sex, right? The magic is doing visualizations while you're having sex. And while that passionate energy, right, is in motion, or especially when you're about to orgasm and that passionate energy is in motion, then you know, at that peak, if you're a man, the best thing to do is actually squeeze it the same way I'm telling you doing the meditation. Hold it, right? And take a couple seconds, let that shit. Yeah, straight panther got it. Right, yep. Let it release and move up your spine, and you'll feel it, especially if you're a man, you're about to orgasm. You'll feel it. Let it rise up the spine, right? And you'll feel it in the back of your head, right? And you'll feel it eventually hit your pineal, and then it'll go back down. You'll feel it go back down your spine, right? And that's really the ideal time when you holding it. You know, you could be on top of her, behind her. You just chill for a second, right? And that's when you're thinking about the house. That's when you're thinking about the car. That's when you're thinking about you and her going somewhere. You want to bless her too, right? In that same scenario, right? Because again, it's an exchange of energy, right? And that's how you do it. All right. Giving y'all some gems tonight. So so that's that. So all right, blue sunrises, phallic flute. Okay. So the Blue Sun, we all know this is the name of Andre 3000's album. All right. And when we are talking about a blue sun, well, we'll get into that shortly. But the flute, right? We were just talking about sexuality. And the flute, if you look at, I'm just basically, this is the cover of his album. So I'm basically just decoding it, right? So the phallic flute, right? What if you look at the flute, is looks like a penis, right? It looks just like a penis. So this also deals with energy or kundalini rising, right? Hitting that triangle point, or energy rising above, or frequency rising, or vibration, or chi, or ra, or prana, right? All these things rising up to 33 vertebrae to hit the Christ consciousness, or the third eye of the brain, and open that up. You need energy, you need power, right? This is why diet, this is why fitness, this is why getting off your ass is important, because your physical vehicle needs to be able to generate enough power to power up the opening of your third eye, to power up your inner vision, your inner light, right? Your insight, if you will. So this is why you will see like in Kemet, you see like the Tekkens, so-called obelisk, and these type of pyramids and these type of structures that are shaped in a way that is going up, representing that masculine energy or that air energy or that fire energy rising up. So he's showing you what this album is really about. And if you look at this picture again, you'll see that he is actually, let me switch because I want the whole thing really to be this picture, not me. But if you let me do this. Microcosmic, I don't even know what that. Oh, microcosmic orbit meditation. I'll answer that, but remind me. All right, I want to remove that comment. Okay, so blue sun, right? So it's a phallic symbol, right? And this is what that energy means. Okay, if you look at the GQ and the GQ interview, he actually has a black one. Okay, shows you the energy he's tapping into. And he said his first song on the album that he made, Blue Sun, or yeah, New Blue Sun, is I swear I wanted to make a rap album, but this is literally what the way the wind blew me. Okay, so it's called New Blue Sun. So this is the way the wind blew him. All right, wind also means spirit. We'll get into it. Okay. If you look at this picture, you see it's right at his third eye where the blue is. Okay. So the blue is right on his third eye, centered right there to show you what he is trying to tap into. Now, also the blue is for the throat chakra. All right. The throat chakra is blue. The gland that correspond, each of your chakras correspond with a gland in your endocrine system. Okay. So you have the amygdala for the crown. You have the third eye or the pineal for the third eye, right? Pineal gland for the third eye. You have the thyroid gland for the throat. You have the thymus gland for the heart. You have the adrenal glands for the I'm sorry, you have the celiac plexus for the solar plexus. You have the adrenal glands for the sacral, and of course you have the testicles, right? For the you have the testicles for the root, or the ovaries, either or for the root. So there's glands that correspond to each one of these chakras. And the throat, right? This is where we're talking about speaking into existence. In magic, what do they call them? Spells, right? Spells. Okay. So when you're doing a spell, you're speaking words, okay? But he is not speaking words, which is the interesting part, because the real words are here in the mind, in the form of downloads, in the form of the way you think, in the form of what's in your mind. The thing about meditation is this: when you first start meditating, right, and you first start getting into this, you'll start to see that you'll start to think of you'll be thinking about shit you never thought of. All right. You'll be thinking about things that you didn't even know that you still had in your brain. And there's all sorts of programs that are in your brain right now, from TV, from school, from what your parents told you, your ex-girlfriend, ex-boyfriend, your cousin, your auntie, people at work, the media, commercials, the news, right? All, and not to mention now add on the social media feeds, right? All this information, a lot of, I would say most people, right? And I was most people at one point, thoughts are not their own, because people don't really go in silence unless they go to sleep. In fact, I know, right? through my dating life, there's a lot of people that's always have something on. They got something on as soon as they wake up. They on the phone, right? In the shower, they got the radio on, or they got a TV in the shower. They got a TV in the kitchen, or they got some sort of music going, or something like that, right? Throughout their day, they're talking, whatever, doing whatever, right? At night, they got the TV on, or they got something going, and they fall asleep with the TV or the YouTube going, right? So when do you have an opportunity to just be in silence? I would wager that at least 70 to 80% of the people that listen to this album would not have had any sort of silence or meditation or an ambient vibe. Now, it's not necessarily silence, right? It's still an ambient vibe, but it's really nature sounds. Like you hear, it's not just a flute on the album, right? People should have heard the album by now. If not, right, I would suggest you listen to it. But it's ambient music. In fact, when I was putting these slides together, right, I was listening to his album. I was listening to the New Blue Sky album. It puts you in a relaxing, calm mood. And what does it do? It forces you to think. It forces you to think. There's no words. So all that's going through is your brain waves, right? Brain waves, light waves, sound waves. All these things are contributing to your inner thoughts, right? The inner ticker tape that's going in your head, right? Of your day-to-day thoughts. So the throat that he's activating is not the throat that you think is the physical throat, but it is your thinking and your creativity. This album was for and is for creators and the creatives, and for you to have something to create to, where it is still entertaining enough. This is something you could read a book to. This is something, if you're in school, you could write a paper to. This is something you could build a cabinet or build a computer or whatever to, right? And have peace of mind and still be entertained in some way, right? You still have some sounds going. So the blue on the third eye or on the pineal is not just coincidence. And you see he's wearing green, which is the color of the heart chakra. And the heart chakra is all about connecting. Okay. It's all about breathing. Spirit means breath. If the heart goes, it's all over. That means you're not breathing anymore. And who cares how much Gucci you got on or how much or how red your red bottoms are. It's over. There's no coming back. So the heart is one of the most important parts. It's about harmony, trust, love, unconditional love, the ability to give and receive, right? Being open to new people, ideas, right? Things like that. So the heart chakra is what he is basically galvanizing from his heart. Like he said, he doesn't want to move the way y'all want him to move. And I respect that. Do I want to hear album rapping? Absolutely, right? I'm a fan, first and foremost, right? Of Outkast. But if the man doesn't want to rap, you gotta respect that this is his art and this is the way he chooses to express his art. Like he said, what did he say? He said, this is literally the way the wind blew. So when you're talking about it's a woodwind instrument, so you're talking about woodwind. Wood is the earth element, all right? That is feminine energy. When you're talking about earth, right? You've heard of Mother Earth or Daughter Earth, right? The soil, right? Being the soul, or the soil being you being nurtured in your mother's womb, right? You being the seed, right? As when you were before pre-infancy, you were a seed nurtured in your mother's womb. So you were in the soil of her soul, right? And then you are born, right? You come out after that, after once the seed grows. So this nurturing of the soul, right, is literally, damn, I forgot my point. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I had a point. It was dope too, but I forgot the point. But basically, what he's saying about earth, I got it. So earth, wood. So wood is dealing with that element, that feminine element, right, of earth. wind is air, the air element. So it is masculine element, right? And it is dealing with wind, spirit, breath, right? So spirit, etymology of the word spirit means breath. So woodwind is him dealing with the combination of masculine and feminine energy with a woodwind instrument, right? And he may not even know this. What I'm telling you is just something that the wind blew through him, right? The spirit, what he's saying is the spirit blew through him, not the spirit of rap. He didn't have anything he felt like he wanted to rap about. And whether you like the album or not, the fact that he's willing to take a risk after 17 years, the fact that he's willing to go out on a limb, and the fact that he is following his intuition and his spirit, that is the main point. That is the Phoenix energy. He's not letting people dictate what he will do. He's doing what he wants to do, right? He's like, yo, I just want to meet people, right? Matter of fact, let's play this video real quick. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. If I could open it up.
Because I don't have anything to talk about in that way. Like, I'm 48 years old, and not to say that age is a thing that dictates what you rap about, but in a way it does. And like things that happen in my life, like what are you talking? Like I got to go get a colonoscopy. Like what do you, what do you rap about? You know what I mean? Like my eyesight is going bad. Like,
but you're not just any rapper. Like you're a top, you know, to many people. To me, it's like you're basically being like, I have a very beautiful sports car in the garage, but I choose never to drive it, you know, which is your talent.
Talent is one thing, but honestly, I think timing and momentum is more than talent.
Stop. See, that is a person. This is a person, right? I don't know what type of spiritual lifestyle he lives or whatever, but this is a man that is inherently following his own spirit, right? He said timing and momentum is the key. So he's saying that right now the timing isn't right for him to do a rap album. He doesn't have the energy. He's not feeling it. He's not going to put on a mask for you niggas to make you happy. He's not putting on a mask for you to consume what you want for him. He's going to do him. And if you don't want to listen, you don't have to listen. But if you want to listen, this is the offering, and he's going to promote it so that you can take advantage. But he said the timing and momentum is the key, and that is how you know someone is spiritually led. Let's continue.
The energy of it, like talent, it's a lot of people with talent, and we're seeing that now. Like there's so many dope people on the internet like that are just raw, but it's your timing is what you're talking about. Is if you're catching the zeitgeist of what's happening in the world, and like my goal is I want to connect.
Now he does have those beads on his neck. Pay attention.
I'm not talking about none that I can't connect with in it.
Have you tried?
It's no use. Yeah, I try all the time. Like I'm open to producers now, like the young producers, and I get beats all the time. Like, and people send me songs like to get on remixes and stuff like that, but I don't be knowing what to talk about most of the time, you know?
Do you think that's about expectations or lack of self-belief? Like, where do you think that comes from?
Like, I think you're your best and worst critic, and I only work on feeling. Feeling is my only barometer of what I'm doing. Like, I don't feel like I'm the best rapper. I don't feel like I'm the best producer. I don't feel like I'm the best singer, actor, none of that. It's just, for me, my gauge is feeling. And that's always been that way, even within Outkast. Like, if it felt right, I ain't care what other people thought. If it felt right, it was like, I ain't gonna argue with what it feel like. And if it don't feel right to me, which it hasn't in a while, like when it comes to rapping or vocal, type of music, I don't do it. The song.
Now, he keeps saying it doesn't feel right, right? If it doesn't feel right, I'm ran by feeling. I'm ran by, basically saying that I'm letting the spirit guide me, right? I'm letting spirit tell me where spirit wants me to go. I am not going to listen to what people say. Remember, this is the same man that made Hey Ya. This is the same man that made bombs over Baghdad, right? This is the same man that went from being, at the time, one of the top 10 rappers, right, of his time, 90s, late 90s or whatever, to doing an album where he was singing 95% of the album, right? He was barely rapped on The Love Below. And matter of fact, if he did rap, I don't even remember it, you know? But he barely rapped. From what I remember, he barely rapped on the Love Below album. So this is the same person who has always been innovative and always have been led by spirit and won. And he won again. I mean, he got 3 million streams in 24 hours. He already won again. And now that I'm looking at this neck, I believe he has on turquoise. If I am not mistaken, and I'm pretty sure I am not, he is wearing turquoise around his neck. And turquoise is that kind of gemstone that is like those chakra resonant and things like that. But I might have to look more into turquoise before I talk about it. But I actually have some turquoise here. But and yeah, this might be a reminder for me to wear it. Anyways, keep going.
Song is more important. The music is more important.
I was looking at the song titles. I wanted to ask you about it.
Yeah, for sure.
The first song is called I Swear. I really wanted to make a rap album, rap in quotation marks, but this is literally the way the wind blew me this time.
In my mind, I would love to make a rap album. Like, I would love to make a rap album, but this is what came at this time and it felt authentic.
One of the things that's so great about you as a rapper is the directness and the way that you would talk about your life. So when you said yesterday, I don't know what to talk about.
With an artist, a younger artist, Tyler Creator, and we were talking about rapping as you're old. And I was kind of telling Tyler, I was like, man, I just don't know what, like, I'd rather write a book or something at this point. Like, I don't know, like, you got to do it. And I was like, why? He was like, because it shows us what we can do when we get to that age. But to make it into a entertaining song to where it's just not self-serving, or it's not just like, there's a part of entertaining someone else too. I know I joked about having to go get a colonoscopy and all this kind of stuff, and that's a real thing in my life. But to make that into a song, or
why not?
Like, yeah, of course, but I got to make it into a song that feels good as a song.
But your track record as making people feel good through song is...
Track record is one thing. The right now is a whole nother. I can't put anything else out in the world if I'm not excited about it, because I'm someone else too. I know.
So he said track record is one thing, right? The right now, okay? How many of us live in the present? How many of us during our day-to-day are always thinking about some shit in the past, some shit in the future, right? How many of us actually sit down, even right now, wherever you are, and just feel the space that you're in, you know? Like really feel the energy of the space. Like, you guys ever woke up in the morning and, you know, just went outside or whatever, and maybe it's like 5, 4 in the morning, there's no traffic, and just listen to how quiet it is and how peaceful it is and the way your thoughts flow, right? So he's saying, yeah, I did all this shit in the past, but that was the past, homie. Like, I'm moving on. In fact, during this whole interview, it was kind of annoying me how he kept wanting him to rap and make a rap album. And why, Darren, you make a rap album? And this is the thing too. A lot of Caucasian people, when they see Black music or melanated music, they look at it from a consumer perspective. So they just look at it as something to buy and collect and consume. But they don't really understand the essence of the creation, and that it does come from soul music. Even the name New Blue Sky, one of our music, right? One of the music selections of melanated people is the blues, right? That's one of the ways that we created music. And from the blues, right, that's what R&B is, rhythm and blues. From the blues came like rock and, you know, eventually R&B and rap and so forth, but it started off with the blues, right? People talking about their soul struggles or their issues in their soul. It's soul music, right? And most people that hear soul music don't even know where it comes from, but it's soul music. So he's looking at it from a consumer perspective, but that's what he's saying is not. I'm a medium, basically. He's saying I'm a medium without saying I'm a medium, and this shit comes through me. Let's continue.
Joke about having good colonoscopy and all this kind of stuff, and that's a real thing in my life. But to make that into a song, or
why not?
Like, yeah, of course, but I got to make it into a song that feels good as a song.
But your track record as making people feel good through song is
track record is one thing. The right now is a whole nother. Put anything else out in the world if I'm not excited about it, because how can I expect you to be excited about it? How can I expect you to think, oh, this is raw? Oh, this is fresh. I don't feel that way. Like, what's that saying with that drug addicts say? They say, well, the longer I'm out of it, the better chances I have of staying out of it. So
that's not what America wants to hear.
I know, I understand, but it feels that way. Like, as I keep going, like, it's like you keep slowing down too. Like, people don't understand that there's a physicalness to rapping. I always say it's like being a boxer. Like, you got to think it's actually like being a boxer. But don't you think the genre is
big enough to encompass all of that?
Look at the greatest boxers now. What do? They do exhibition fights every now and then, but they're not stepping in the ring. You know what I mean?
If rapping wasn't boxing? What if it was?
But it is though. That's what I'm saying. It is partly physical, partly mental. When boxers, when they're out to fight, they have to train. So if I were to make a rap album, the best thing I could probably do is just be around rappers. You know what I mean?
But that's not part of your life right now, really.
Yeah, it's not even like, I don't even like going to the studio and just hanging out with niggas smoking all day. You know, I just don't.
It's gotta be weird to have all that energy directed toward you. People coming up to your street or whatever and being like, do this. And you're like, I'm not gonna do it.
I wish I could answer them.
That's a lot of cosmic pressure. It's like being brought to bear on you.
It is. And that's to that point, that title, the first song, I'm kind of addressing it in a way.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
So you could definitely catch this whole interview on YouTube. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but you could definitely catch that on YouTube. All right, the GQ interview. But yeah, he is, like he said, he just wants to do his own thing. He wants to create his own way. And, you know, he did this particular interview in a laundry. A lot of people was like, yo, why is he in a laundry? But the laundry is also, remember, everything that happens in media and when you see these news stories, it's really a sign and symbol for those that are initiated in signs and symbols. And how do you get initiated in signs and symbols is you study, right? You read books, right? You learn, you get your chakra chart, right? Amazon, things like that. You know, you read books, Encyclopedia of Spirits, you know, and you start to see patterns over time, okay? You start to see patterns over time, and you start to see these signs and symbols and these different things, and you get to learning and knowing. A part of this path is you have to study. Like, if you're new to this path, you have to study. I mean, there's some teachers out there who tell you you don't have to read. And, you know, I've heard people say, like, the time of reading is over. And I'm like, nigga, when? Like, there's no time. Information is always changing. Like, if information gets updated all the time, like, you got to stay abreast. Like, I'm going to be reading and studying until, you know, till there's no life left, you know, till the roof collapse, till the top dirt out. You know, I'm gonna be reading and studying forever. Because not only do I like to learn, but I know learning is a lifelong journey, so it never stops, right? So you have to study. Just like Christianity, they told you to read your Bible, right? In Islam, they tell you read the Quran. In Judaism, they tell you to read the Torah, right? You have to study. Yeah, this is a good book to have. He's right. I have this book myself. Signs and Symbol of Primordial Man. It's over there somewhere. I ain't gonna dig it up, but yeah, it's over there on the bookshelf. Signs and Symbol of Primordial Man is a good book to have, right?
one of the staples definitely you want to have is what I just showed you, Encyclopedia of Spirits. Like that's number one. Like if there's a book that's number one, like this is number one. This book, Encyclopedia of Spirits. This is one you want to get your hands on. What is her name? Judica Isles, right? It's on Amazon. I think it's like $25. You know, sacrifice that eighth aloud and get yourself a book that, you know, could take you through these things and that you could understand what you're dealing with. You know, you're working with these angels and these gods and these deities, and you just taking information off YouTube videos, but you don't, in your soul, you don't really know, right? You're not really connected. You're just doing a quid pro quo, right? Let me work with Oshun so I can get a man, or, you know, let me work with Ogun because I got a beef, or, you know, let me work with Yemaya, you know, because, well, people don't really work with her like that because, you know, they're like, or so I could attain a better flow state, or I could be, but really that's what Yemaya is, about you being devoted to your path and you caring for it like the way a mother would care for a child, right? This is why Yemaya, if you look at the Kemet tree of life, will correspond with Orset, and you know, Orset always has baby Heru, right? Because it's always it's about being dedicated to the spiritual path and using your willpower, right, to continue to push forward the same way a mother is going to continue to push no matter what your baby does or that baby does. Different than a father. A father, you know, like, oh, a wise father, we kind of know that that child is going to do what that child's going to do, and they're going to walk their path the way they walk their path. But a mother is more like, you know, hands-on, you know, the female bird is who builds the nest of the birds. It's always the female who builds the nest. So the mother bird is going to be the one that's more, you know, intense and more nurturing and things like that. If she's a good mother, that's just the way it is. So, and you know, that boy or that girl could turn out to be a serial killer, and she's going to still say, that's not my boy, that's not my daughter, they wouldn't do that, that's not the way I raised them, you know. Where a father might be like, well, you know, that little nigga, you know, used to fucking burn cats' tails, or that little heifer used to, you know, cook the shit out of a dog's anus. Whatever, right? Or torture him, right? Like they saw the signs coming, you know, but the mother will ignore it all. So so that's why the Yemaya energy is for. So again, this is about embodying these spirits, right? There's a different way of looking at it from what a lot of people are just telling you, oh, work with this. Well, how does it apply to me? Like, how do I embody that, right? If you're telling me to work with this or work with this planet, how does it really embody me, Rob Blackstorm, you, John or Jane Doe? How does it embody you? Don't just take what somebody tells you on the internet. I don't care how many years they've been doing it, right? And run with it. You got to make sure it works for you. And you got to get you a book and study and make sure, okay, I'm going to step into this. This is what's going to work for me. Because what works for them, what works for Ra may not work for you, right? This is my information. Whatever I put out here is for me, and it worked for me. I always tell y'all that. It worked for me. It may not work for you. The best rituals are the ones you create yourself. And after a certain while, rituals going to come to you. Oh, get this candle, get this herb. Ancestors talk to you. Me and my sister, rest in peace to Rosie, we was talking the other day in the spirit world, right? She was telling me what she wanted me to give to her on her altar. Weirdest thing in the world. She wants fucking baby Ruth. You know how hard it is to find baby Ruths? Baby Ruth candy bar? I had to go to a fucking 7-Eleven. I couldn't find the shit, none of the bodegas. I had to go to a fucking 7-Eleven. But I got her baby Ruth, right? And part of it, and this is, again, as you go on your journey, these are the things that will happen if you are sincere about it. Doesn't mean you won't go up and down. Doesn't mean you won't be perfect. But this is the game. All right. So let me go. All right. So we covered that. Let me see if there's anything else I missed. All right, we covered the blue chakra. We covered that it's a wind instrument. We covered the phallic flute. Yeah, so we covered that. And also, I want to say this too. I want to say this. European artists do this shit all the time, right? Caucasian artists do this shit all the time. Like James Blake, for instance, he's a Caucasian singer. He worked with Beyonce, and he has some good albums. Like I like his music. It's kind of ambient, but he does sing on it as well. And he, like, the last couple of albums has been nothing but like the same thing, ambient music. Like he's doing like meditation music the last couple of albums where he's not even singing. So this is not something that's unique to 3000. It is a sign of the times, right? And you could go look up James Blake yourself and see the album that he dropped is nothing but binaural beats, right? And as a person who listens to binaural beats, I listen to jazz, I listen to classical. I like all music. I'm a music lover. Most Scorpios are. Scorpios and Tauruses, right? They're really heavy, heavy musical people, or heavy music. Geminis too, right? Heavy musical people. And so this was nothing new for me to listen to something like this. But for many people, this was the first chance that they got to experience music like this outside of hip hop, R&B, rock, the traditional genres, and tap into ambient music and listen to ambient music. And again, have some peace of mind. And it's tuned to 432 hertz. It's designed to heal. So again, this is when you want to create, when you're thinking of an idea for a spell, when you're thinking of, what's move should I make next? When you're at the crossroads, pop in his album. That's what this is for. And sit down, put the phone down, and think and ponder. And the answer over these 8 tracks, or it will come to you. All right. That's what it's for. Also, what he was tapping into was the Blue Star Kachina. Okay. So the Blue Star Kachina is the 9th and final sign before the day of purification. Now, disclaimer, this is a Hopi prophecy. All right. So I'm not, not part of the Hopi tribe. This is their prophecy. I'm just showing you the signs and symbols. So the Blue Star Kachina is the 9th and final sign. But we just talked about 9-2 earlier. And final sign before the day of purification, which manifests as the catastrophe or holocaust surrounded by the world that will guide the earth's purification. The Blue Star Kachina spirit will indicate the coming of the beginning of the new world by publishing in the form of a blue star. By the Hopis, Kachina is the supernatural existence who symbolize and have charge over the various features of the natural world. The Blue Star Kachina is real. It continues from the spiritual world. It is also like a purifier to dislodge the negative energy from the earth and beings. Okay. So, hey, this album is representing purification. Okay. It's representing before they say the Holocaust. Like I said, 2024, it's election year, all these wars going on around the world, all these situations happening. Don't be surprised if you see something hit your front door. Peace to the Modest Boy. Peace to Kent on your up. Don't be surprised if you see something hit your front door. Okay. And not front door literally, but here in America, right? Some situation happens, some sort of, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, right? But if you think America's never going to get touched after all this war is happening, then again, you're not really tuned into spirit, and you're not tuned into the signs and symbols that the outside world is showing you. But the outside world is showing you that everywhere is war. Word to Bob Marley, right? So wars and rumor of wars, right? So this time of some of these conveniences that we have, right, are going to come to an end, right? The way that you were and the way that you are, some of these things are going to not be the same. The money's not going to be the same. The way you work is not going to be the same. The way you look at people is not going to be the same. There's going to be a time you're going to want to go 50-50 with somebody, and they're not going to want to go there with you, right? Things are going to change drastically, okay? We're in a whole new cycle that's happening. All right. You're seeing it right now, especially with these situations that I'm showing you. All right. And there is a war going on outside that no man is safe from, literally. So if you think the stuff that's happening in the Middle East and Africa and Haiti and all these places around you are not affecting you internally, then you don't realize that you are breathing air and you are breathing spirit and you are connected. You are one with the all. You are part of the all, right? So you cannot discount who you are. So this Blue Star Kachina, or this blue sign of purification, this could be the sign. right? To tap in. Don't wait till New Year's. Don't wait till the 1st of January. Start now. Start the workout now. Start the book now. Start the sewing now. Start the class now. Start whatever it is that you're waiting for January to start. Start it now, at least a little bit. At least start walking on it, right? At least start taking steps towards it. And purify yourself. What do you need to do to clean up and be a vessel of the divine, a vessel of your ancestors, a vessel of your highest self, a vessel of all the premier ancestors that live within your junk DNA? What are you really doing? What type of work are you doing to better yourself, right? And if you're not, you got to really look at yourself and say, is this just entertainment? Is this just something for me to waste my time and watch, or am I really going to do some motherfucking work and really get my shit together? So stage 3 of alchemy, rebirth, all right? You're singing a new tune, all right? You're rising, all right, which is what the whole New Blue Sky album is all about. Rising in frequency, rising in peace, rising in power, okay? Getting yourself together, right? Being able to think and download and create ideas. It's an album of creation, and we're going to need to create a whole new world, right? The white man is not going to do it. Those days are over, right? The government, as you know it, is going to change. It's not going to be the same the way things are. It's going to be gradual over the next couple of years, but it's coming, right? And they're coming too. You know, the people that don't want to see you win, the people that want to keep you distracted, the people that want to keep you wondering where's the next teacher coming from, right? The next teacher is you. The next wise man is you, right? There's no need for anybody, for master teachers or black leaders or white leaders, Mexican, or none of that. None of that shit matters anymore. What matters is, can you lead yourself? What matters is, are you a person that is putting on a mask, or are you a person that is real, or that is authentic, right? What type of purification do you need to do to get yourself right? And there's all sorts of tools. There's selenite wand. Roll this shit or put this shit in the sun, right? Don't put it in water, put it in the sun, roll this shit around yourself. There's spirit baths. Hold up. There's spirit baths. This one is good. Rosemary, right? Spiritual protection, cleansing as well. Okay. Rosemary. There's tons of books, there's tons of classes, but you don't need nothing really but your own breath, and to slow that shit down and to relax. And those things will start to come to you, and what you need to look for and what you need to gather. Even the money that you want will start to come to you. It'll find you. I promise you. The money will find you. The money will find you. As long as you put in effort, your own footwork and the spiritual work, the money will find you. The love will find you. The whatever sexual appetite you have will find you. Don't worry. It's coming. Matter of fact, it's already here. You can go in your mind and speak to your past self and speak to your future self. This is how powerful your mind is. But they don't teach us that. They teach you to look outside. The priest got to tell you. The imam got to tell you. The sheik got to tell you. The great this, the honorable that. No, you are all that and more. You're all that and more. Know that. So you've become unstoppable. The things that once burns you are only a part of your rebirth now. You are able to elevate away from being defined by your pain to being defined by how you heal from it. Okay? Key word. Away from being defined by your pain to being defined by how you heal from it. We all got problems. We all got problems. Everybody, rich, poor, small or tall. Everybody got their own problems. They got their own shit. They got their own something that they're working on. All right? Everybody. Anybody that tells you, oh, I don't got no problem, that's the person you definitely don't want to trust. They full of shit. They definitely wearing a mask. So you don't want to be defined by your pain. For instance, right? It is fall. I've been clinically diagnosed, right? Clinically diagnosed with what they call it SAD, seasonal affective disorder syndrome, right? Meaning when it gets dark early, like now, and it gets, cool, I would used to get depressed, right? What I did, and I used to wear that shit like a crutch in my relationships. Oh, it's my winter depression. That's why I didn't call. Oh, it's my winter depression. This is where I didn't do this. Oh, it's my winter depression. I just want to stay in bed, right? I was defining myself through my pain a lot. And that's like a new thing now, right? Where people, all you hear is anxiety, 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 anxiety. Well, guess what, nigga? I had anxiety before I came on YouTube. My stomach rumbled a little bit. Every time I come on YouTube, I get a bit of anxiety, especially doing a live, right? Every time. Every time. I, I saw, I think Kanye like said he throws up before every show, right? Every live show he does, he throws up beforehand. And some people have different things that they go through the nerves before they, perform and things like that. That is normal. Okay. That is something that you have to fight through. That should not hold you back. But the way society is, they like, here, take this pill, take this adrenaline blocker, right? So you don't have to feel it, right? The external. Take this drug, buy this, come to this, do this, so you don't have to go through it. But these are part of life. You have to figure out, okay, I said I'm going through winter depression a couple years ago. All right, I got diagnosed. What can I do about it? All right, I could go outside in the morning early when the sun rises to get that sun. And when it's sunny in the afternoon, I could take my ass for a walk so I can get that vitamin D. What else can I do? I could take the vitamin D, right? Vitamin D with vitamin K in it, right? This the one you want with the K. Vitamin D3 with the K on it, right? I could take that. You know what I'm saying? I could start drinking ashwagandha tea. I could take ashwagandha pills. I could start drinking St. John's wort tea, right? Things to improve my mood. And these are things that I do from day to day. And I don't have that shit. I haven't suffered from that shit in like 3, 4 years now. My winters are glorious. You understand? Glorious. But why? I wanted to figure, I was not allowing myself to be defined by my pain. I'm more defined by how I'm healing from it. And that is the point of this work, so that you could get empowered. This is the real point, right? Again, it's not about money and love. It's the side effects, which would be your psychic abilities enhanced somehow. One of the five senses are going to be enhanced, either your smell, your taste, your hearing, your sight, right? Some people taste things, some people smell things, right? Some people hear things, right? Clairvoyance, clairsentience, clairaudience, blah, 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 right? And your intuition is going to hit new highs, right? But again, this takes work. This is not something that you're going to do just watching YouTube videos for 6 months and think you're going to master it. No. In order to be like a ninja, right? In order to be a spiritual ninja, ninjas, they train and they train and they train and they train and they train. Like if you saw the Shang-Chi, right? Movie, how the father, when he was training Shang-Chi, the Marvel movie, Shang-Chi and the Ten Rings, and how the father was training him from young how to hit the wood, right? Till his hands bleed. And he had to get used to his hands bleeding and build calluses and bust the calluses till he didn't feel that shit no more, right? This is a training. And a lot of y'all, not y'all, but y'all, want quick microwavable fixes, fast fixes. Especially y'all are like 30 and under, or 32 and under, 35 and under. Y'all want it fast magic, fast this, fast, everything quick, fast, right? And ain't nothing fast that's last, right? If you build a house quick, like they're doing now, you know, these quick ass apartments, you see they're fragile, they fall apart off of nothing, right? These cars, they building them fast. You see how they are, they not steel like they was in the 70s and 80s. You hit one of them shits, I don't care how luxury it is, unless it's a Volvo, that shit's gonna smash. You know what I'm saying? That shit's gonna look like some wrinkled foil paper after it gets hit. Even a little tap. Some of these cars, the whole front end be fucking pushed in off of like a tap because they're built fast, right? So if you want to last, if you want to really get spiritual power, you got to start putting in the work. And now is the best time to do that. So all this anxiety, depression, work on it. Figure out how to fix it. Figure out what you can do. I've just given you some tools. Figure it out. All right. If you got always in fight or flight, you got a nervine problem, right? You need some adaptogens. Look up what adaptogens are. Don't ask me. Go take out your motherfucking Google, take out a pen and pad. Look, this is where a lot of this lecture is coming from. Me getting downloads and just writing, right? And putting shit together. And then I'm putting this shit on slides. Figure it out, right? Tap in. You have the internet. You have the resources. There's no excuse. Got to daddy out a little bit. You no longer need to stay wounded out of fear of moving ahead. You have realized how truly powerful you are and that no one can make you feel anything without you first giving them permission. So again, this is the sign of Andre, right? Andre 3000, I'm back reading this. Andre 3000 and his new blue sky, right? He doesn't give a fuck what you think. He doesn't give a fuck about your opinion. He's going to do what he wants. He's going to do what spirit leads him to do. And that's what you should be doing yourself. If you got a gut feeling, don't go somewhere, don't go. I promise you. If y'all tapped in my story, I missed the whole fucking trip to Cancun that I had booked, ready to go, and was damn sure looking forward to it. To this day, I still really don't know why I couldn't go on the trip. But from my past experiences of following my gut, it's never led me wrong. So I'm damn sure ain't gonna go against it again, right? So you got to follow your gut. You got to follow your instinct. But the only way you could do that is you have to train it, which I've done a video on. You could go check that out. All right. So back to this means you will elevate to that space of rebirth where you have finally allowed yourself to live exactly as you are meant to. So this is being born again. All right. This is again what they talk about, being born again. So to Infinity and Beyonce, this is one of the songs as well. All right. This album is a preparation for soul warfare. All right. Puffy been beating you in the head with this music and, shiny suits and heavy materialism and heavy, loose sexual energy and things like that. Right. This is Mr. Shiny Suit himself. Right. We seen what happened with Drake being insecure and projecting his insecurity through his new album Scary Hours, and now he's scared to be himself, right? So we've seen the progress from the Drake to Diddy being this eagle type figure, this high type figure who is still lost and still doesn't know himself, and putting on different shows for people, but him eventually being exposed and out for everyone to see, just like an eagle is out for everyone to see when he is in the new blue sky of the day, right? Of every new day. And now we have The Phoenix, which is Andre's album. And he has a song called To Infinity and Beyonce, all right? 2024 equals 8, all right? So this is, again, preparing for soul warfare, all the things I'm telling you about. All right, you better get authentic and get real, because it's going to get real. If you're not real, you're going to be with the herd and the sheep, and they herd and the sheep is not going to look like they look in 2023 and beyond. Just like life doesn't look the way it looked after the pandemic. All right, everything's different now. Same thing after 2024, 2025, things are going to be different too. So prepare yourself now. Don't wait. And so the 8s are running rampant, okay? In astrology, Scorpio is the 8th astrological sign of the zodiac, the 8th house. In numerology, 8 is the number of building and also the number of destruction, build and destroy, all right? 8 is also the number of infinity, right? Andre 3000 dropped his flute ambient album on the 17th. 7 plus 1 equals 8. This is typo. This is also his first album in 17 years. Number 8 again. It also has 8 songs. Okay, so there is a theme. All right, that's 3/8 right there. And so Drake dropped Scary Hours 3 on the same day, the 17th. That's 8. Stevie Wonder also went off tune, right? Out 1979. I don't know what was happening there, but he you know, whatever. But he dropped his ambient album Secret Life of Plants in 1979. 1979 adds up to 26. 6 plus 2 equals 8. Okay, and I'm sure Stevie Wonder received flack from dropping this album too, probably because of how prolific a songwriter, singer he was. Okay, but he still did what his heart told him to do, and Stevie is blind. So, he definitely is following his spirit when he's doing something like this. And he just decided to talk about the plant world, all right, which is the world of Earth, all right, the feminine energy. So he decided to talk about Secret Life of Plants, and that was his expression, or that was his New Blue Sky album back in 1979. The Oct in October means 8, and 2024, the year of the dragon, is 8. And on the right, this is an Ouroboros, right? A snake eating its tail, representing infinity, all right? Going around and round. If you guys watched the Loki series, that last season, season 2, oh, I want to talk about that. If you guys want me to do something on Loki season 2, let me know. I'll do a video on it. I'll be happy to. I really think that season 2 was amazing, right? But 2024, the year of the dragon, 8. All right. So, and is in Loki season, there's a character called Ouroboros, by the way. So, just tying in all the symbolism. Okay. So, the 8th house again, this is this house of Scorpio. And this is one you want to look at on your chart to see if you have or what you have in the 8th house or where Scorpio is in your chart, right? And see how it's playing out right now, even though there's a couple more days, but you just want to see how that energy is playing out in you in particular, and look back on, these last 20 something days of Scorpio season and see how it related. Did something new happen? I know for me, I had a family member here for a while, so that was something new, getting used to having someone in my space, et cetera, et cetera. And what happened to you? New job, new boo, new situation, you lost something, right? Whatever, right? The 8th house symbolizes issues of death and rebirth, sexuality and transformation. As this house follows the house of relationship, it refers to the fruits of relationship, and these include the power to change based on new understanding made possible when one is no longer acting solely as an individual. Planets in this house are difficult to interpret, but may refer to how sexuality is manifested or to lessons you need to learn in order to grow and change. So 8th house, travel aboard, death house, sudden death, in-laws, divorce reasons. Panic died during the Scorpio season. Also, a popular reverend, I forget his name, forgive me, but I know he was into metaphysics, right? So death has been a theme lately. In-laws, divorces, right? Wealth, right? Inheritance, hidden money, right? Scorpio is all about other people's money as well, which is where the Cassie theme also plays out. Other people's money, right? Her taking Diddy's money, right? So other people's money. Wealth, insurance, money from insurance, stomach issues, right? Which we talked about. Long diseases. I don't know about that. I ain't never had no disease, but I guess some do. If you are living, if you aren't doing spiritual work, I'm sure that could plague people. Injury and surgery, right? Abroad, and whatever. If these are things that you're dealing with, definitely look at, any lessons that you need to learn, in order to grow and change and reflect on these things. So Panic lives, all right? Rest in peace to the brother Panic. All right. We pour libations. We pour libations to the good brother Pan. All right. So Panic lives. All right. Panic, if you don't know, occultist, master occult teacher. All right. And interesting enough, Pan plays a flute. Okay. So Panic lives. All right. He's coming through in this. All right. He always embodied the god Pan. All right. Panic is actually the voice of Pan, or the god Pan, or the deity Pan, right? Or this archetype Pan. The story is that the voice of Pan brought panic and it scared people away. But when he sang the flute, right, it made people fertile, it made them sexual. So the flute that you see on the left is actually called a pan flute. Like literally, it's called a pan flute, right? And Pan is the nymph. Oh, I put O there, but the nymph musician, but nympho, right? It deals with sexuality and fertility. Also, music goes in octaves, right? Oct, as we just discovered, October is really 8, right? The octagon, right? Is 8. Octagons have 8 sides. So the oct deals with the number 8. So octaves is music goes up in different octaves. Do, le, re, fa, sol, ra, ti, do, right? Those are all octaves, all right? So, and this is fertility. Pan is the god of fertility. So we're dealing with new creations, birthing something new, bringing something new into the world. Again, don't wait for New Year's Day to start something new, right? Use the energy of Sagittarius season, right? That archer aiming up, and use that energy, right, to bear your cross, right, and go and resurrect yourself and live the life that you are truly, right? Panic did, right? He lived unapologetically, right? He's one of the first people that I even, I saw Bobby Hemmett, but at the time, I ain't gonna lie, I was more into metaphysics back in the day, so I wasn't really into occultism. And then Panic was really the person that got me into occultism. And then Bobby, I started watching more Bobby after I watched Panic. But Panic's personality, and Bobby's funny too. But for me personally, Panic kind of is the one who got me into esoteric spirituality and really, the crux of it. And it's because I saw he was a real nigga, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of dudes out here that's teaching this, and this is not a shot at anybody. Again, I wouldn't drink with, right? I wouldn't hang out with, I wouldn't party with, right? Panic is somebody I know if we was out, we'd have a great time, right? Because he's him, you know what I'm saying? He's just being himself, right? He's an occultist, but I can tell he ain't no square. And I'm the same way. I'm an occultist, but I ain't no square. You know what I'm saying? So I'm a triangle. So because of that, yes, altruistic, right? We would live deliciously, exactly. So the brother Pan, he is a Gemini. 100,000 is a Gemini. And that's the other thing. Geminis, they live, they definitely possess yin and yang, and they're definitely artistic, or artistic people. My moon is in Gemini, right? But Drake is a Scorpio, and so is Diddy. All right, Drake is a Scorpio, and so is Diddy. So that energy, that Scorpio energy, is there, and it's there to show you. Remember, Scorpio, we about this occult shit. Like this is what we live for. Like even my daughter was going through something, right? Going through a phase of her life, and she just went straight goth. Like she was wearing black clothes and black hoodies, and at first I was like, because I don't live with my daughter, unfortunately, but I was like, yo, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? But she's a Scorpio sun, Scorpio moon, right? So it's just a deep, dark, sexually intense, passionate, that type of energy that was permeating. And that's why these things that were happening during Scorpio season seem or have been so intense, even to you. Like I'm seeing people on Facebook talk about, what they're going through and the difficulties. And look, a lot of people are going through shit you ain't gonna see on social media. The person that lost their house or their car got repossessed, you ain't gonna see that on social media, right? Person that's living on the street, you ain't gonna see that on social media. These are things people are hiding and probably taking selfies to make their life look delicious when it's really not, right? Putting on masks, putting on filters, right? Making them seem like something that they're not. You know what's the worst thing in the world? Seeing somebody on social media, seeing all their filters, and then you meet them or run up, especially in New York, you know, you might run up into them in real life and you're like, damn, ho, that was just a filter. Like yo, that was a fucking filter. That wasn't really you, huh? You was hiding behind a fucking filter on a computer screen. But hey, people got to live their lives the way they want. But those on this path, right? I'm not saying don't use the filter, but god damn, if you're using that shit every day, and you know, I've seen people motherfucking AI in their face, whole body, regular body, face AI. It's bad out here where people are putting on these masks. It's bad out here where people are not being real with themselves and putting on a front to impress people that wouldn't spit on them if they were on fire. And like I said, it's crazy. You see me in the street, you're gonna see me. You know what I'm saying? There's people that watch this. There's people that's ghost watching and know me in real life and see me in real life. If I was lying, they would tell y'all. You know what I'm saying? Or try to embarrass me. You know what I'm saying? But everything I'm telling you is real. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's crazy out here. People not afraid to be themselves, afraid to be their true self because they're afraid what people will say. And really, people don't give a fuck. I remember this exercise somebody told me, right? And it was like, you know, some people are seasoned. So it was like a spirit, like it was my spiritual teaching when I first started getting into occultism, like in the streets. And they were like, yo, stand in the middle of the street, right? Go downtown, right? And stand on a street, right? And just stand there and see how many people look at you and see how many people give a fuck or stare more than 5 seconds. People don't really care about you as much as you think they do. People really don't care about what you're doing as much as you think they do. People don't really care about who you are as much as you think they do. And a lot of people are looking for social media validation instead of looking for self-validation. They're looking for the likes from dopamine instead of liking themselves. And that's when you're not playing or listening to the tune of your own drum, so to speak. You're following some shit. So the sexual energy is definitely in the air this Scorpio season. I don't know if y'all have felt it, but I've definitely felt it, right? If you don't have a partner, definitely use that energy if you're using that rose, right? Or fellas, you know, you're using your hands or whatever, right? You got a fleshlight, whatever, right? Definitely use that spiritual energy, hold it. And if you're a woman, go crazy. If you're a man, you know, you want to hold that shit as much as you can and let that chi flow up your spine and then, you know, release after. If you're a woman, women could just pop off and pop off and pop off. Doesn't matter. Once you, ladies, you feel that shit coming, think those thoughts and let that shit rip. Let it flow, let it flow, let it flow, and do it again, right? So and you'll see what you come up with, right? Women can do this easier too than men, right? It's just women are more receptive than men. Men, you're gonna have to do more physical work than women, but the more you do this work, it's going to even up. Because I remember when I first started doing this, it took me a little longer. Now things manifest much quicker in life, right? And again, doesn't mean it's going to be ups and downs. You don't get what you want, you get what you are. You get what you are. So that's the blessing of having good character. That's the blessing of living righteously. That's the blessing of doing this work. That's the blessing of going into these astral spaces and hugging your enemies and forgiving them so that you can be light as a feather. So can you receive more information? So you can get more spiritual protection. So you can get more intuition. So you can get more ideas for business and ideas at work and move up and make more money and have better health and et cetera, right? There's so many benefits, right? But most people in the world think the benefit is wearing Gucci and Prada and driving $1 billion car, right? And that's when you are the man, and that's when you get your validation. No, your validation and your celebration should be when you see a motherfucking when you see something that reminds you of something that you did and you see a coincidence. That is your validation. That when I start seeing coincidences, I'm like, okay, I know I'm on the right track, right? When I do a ritual, if I do a ritual or I'm working with, let's say I'm working with let's say right now, I got a candle lit for my sister, right? She wanted Baby Ruth, but there's some other things that I know my sister likes, which I won't say here on public, right? Let's say I see those things out in the street, right? I go out and I start seeing those things. I'm gonna know that's her, and I'm gonna know that my work has been received. That's what I want. I want ancestral communication. I want to be protected like I was protected during the pandemic. I want to be able to see that how I'm a navigate and what I'm gonna do and how things are gonna come to me during these situations, so I could still move around. During the pandemic, I was still moving around, like in New York when you wasn't supposed to move around. That's all I'll say, right? Everybody wasn't doing that. So take care of your health, right? I know these spiritual teachers don't teach you that, right? But there are some that do. But take care of your health. It's very important that you're able to push energy through this vessel to make not only your manifestations, but your spiritual power, also your peace of mind. Like I've eaten one meal today and I'm not going to eat. It's already after damn near midnight here, right? And I feel great. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying this is going to work for everybody. Again, even for me, this took time for me to get to this place of, almost 2 months now of not eating anything heavy past 7 o'clock. But now I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'll get some tea, meditate, take my ass to bed, right? That's it. But it takes time again. All right. I said I wasn't gonna be long, and I'm still 3 hours. Lord, white baby Jesus, have mercy. All right, Hecka power. So this Hecka is your speech, what you say, right? But not only what you say out of your mouth. Remember, new blue sky. The new blue sky is here. Your mind. That's the new blue sky, right? Don't just think of something out there, right? Think of something in here. How you think, your thoughts, your daily thoughts, your brain waves. What are you daily thinking about? What's going on in your mind? You know, what are you pondering? What is something that's in repetition? Only way I know is you're going to sort that out through 3 ways, right? Well, 4, right? We're going to use Brother Panic's first 3. Trauma, you go through some shit. You get shot 9 times like 50 cents, and then you decide, okay, I'm going to go somewhere. Or you have a big health scare, and you say, okay, I'm going to go and do this, right? Trauma, repetition, that's ritual, right? Doing something over and over and over again. Symbols, right? Which I showed you, right? Looking at symbols and gaining ideas for symbols. But I would like to say symbols to me, right, aren't really going to just change behavior the way trauma and repetition will, right? But symbols will give you, your subconscious mind, things to chew on because your subconscious mind, your inner self, recognizes those symbols because signs and symbols are the first language. Now, you may not know what they are, but your DNA knows what it is, right? And it'll activate certain things in you. Like I remember looking at pyramids when I was in like second grade and shit. They had a map, something on the wall, and it showed like the Sphinx and the pyramid, like a small cartoon. And I remember just being a kid looking at it for longer than I should have, and it just sparking something in me. Who knows? Who knew I would get to this point, right? But that's how it works. Symbols. And the last, number 4, is meditation. All right. Meditation is another easy way to change behavior because you could, in your mind, you could fly, you could jump, you could throw fire, you could do anything you want in your imagination, right? And it's again about lightening your load here on the planet. And you may be going through, and listen, I'm not saying you may be going through some heavy shit, right? You may be going through some loss. You may be going through some financial issues, right? You may be going through disruption. You may be displaced, right? You may be homeless. There may be something that you are going through, but everything is mental. The mind is all. And if you are constantly in repetition, constantly focusing on what you want, constantly putting energy towards what you're trying to achieve, your goals, your mission, what you're trying to get, and it's in alignment with your purpose, with your spiritual path. This is why it's important to get your birth chart, right? Go to astroseek.com and get your birth chart, right? Know what it is, know what the signs are, know what your Jupiter is, right? For abundance, right? Know what your Saturn is, what you should be working on, what cycles look like in your life, right? Know what your ascendant is, right? How you gain power, how you gain energy, right? What moves you, right? These are things you look for in your birth chart. If you go to AstroSeek, go to the left side of AstroSeek, it'll break everything down for you, line for line. Do I have my birth chart up? Let me see. I did pull it, but I think I don't have, oh, I do. Yeah, lucky. So let me show you. I don't want y'all to see too much on my birth chart, but I'm going to show y'all something just to give you an idea. All right, so yeah, I can show y'all this. All right, so let me change this setting for y'all. So if you go to astroseek.com, you're going to type in where you live. You need to know, get your birth certificate, your time of birth, right? If you don't know, there's still a function where you could do it without your time of birth. You need to know where you were born, of course, and you should know your birthday, right? And you just type that in and it will give you something that looks like this, right? Sun, moon, right? All your different signs, right? What houses is it's in? So me, right? Son of Scorpio, right? I already did. So this again, I don't even gotta decode or do that crazy. It's already giving me the information, right? People born in the son of Scorpio who think very well, have good judgment, and can assess situations very well. They also have a good memory and a very creative mind, which is characterized by its originality. They could be very obstinate when they defend their opinions. The reason for this behavior is their justifiable confidence, and there's more which I'm not going to read, right? I know it's in the 5th house, okay? So the 5th house, Aries. So the houses go like Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo. So the 5th house is Leo. So my son is in Leo. And this tells me what that deals with, right? Art, development, fertility. These people need others to notice and at least appreciate them. They may have a tendency to brag or at least try to look their best. They're happy, married people have many friends, blah, 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 right? You go to the moon, it tells you what the moon is, right? And it gives you the information that you need to know in order to move forward. There was something else I wanted to show y'all. Oh, and it has this right here, okay? Your ascendant, where is it? Mine ascendant is in Cancer. All right, I'm not going to read all this, right? It's ruled by the moon. So when the moon's in the house, right? Those are good days for me, right? That's when ascendant is, emotions, right? Feeling. Probably see something like this in 103,000, right? Now, 10 house, right? It gives me this MC, medium coeli. Don't ask me what it means. I have no idea. But it symbolizes career, prestige, and reputation. Okay, this is the first thing they show you. So you don't know what your purpose is, what I'm supposed to be doing, blah, blah, blah. Let's look at mine, shall we? And it says it, medium coeli, symbolizes social status, career, reputation, honors, fame, success, authoritative personality, father. So mine is in the 10th house, which is Pisces, okay? Pisces ruler is Neptune. People with Pisces on the 10th house cups often follow a career in church, medicine, theater, or other areas associated with spirituality and esotericism. Well, Rob Black Storm, I was in a theater in high school, okay? In fact, people were telling me I should have been acting then, but, I went the street route and got my ass locked up. That's another story. But medicine, I know all the herbs, and I got tons. I got a whole apothecary in here of herbs. All right. esoteric, which is what I'm teaching now. Okay, these people are perceptive and enthusiastic, but they lack stability. I like to travel, so I can see where that comes in, right? But I am stable now. All right. With the 10th house is occupied with several star signs, they may want to go on long journeys on sea. These people have an advanced spirit, but they are unrealistic dreamers. Okay. So all these things I have been, and so career of these people is related to service and healthy living, doctor, surgery. So I'm showing you when you pull this up yourself, right? You can't say, I'm walking you hand by hand. All right. This video, hand by hand. So you can't say you're not going to know what your purpose is anymore. No one should be saying that. I showed you how to find it, where to look for it, right? On your chart, how to break everything down and get an understanding. Okay. Hopefully that helps one of you, because all we need is one. All right. And yeah, so this is what we got to tap into. Our things, our thoughts, what we say to ourselves, our self-talk, most important. We got to get into sound healing, all right, and sound discipline. What do you listen to in the first thing in the morning, all right? What are you listening to throughout your day? What kind of music, right? Do you listen to jazz? Do you listen to classical? Do you listen to ambient music? There's sometimes I will be in here and I will be doing something or reading and studying or whatever, or writing my book, and I'll just have on nature sounds like this shit. My bedroom will literally sound like I'll call the animals and shit in the background, and you can pull these up on your Spotify's, on your Amazons, on your YouTubes, whatever, right? But we got to start healing ourselves with sound, right? Sound healing is important. Okay, I told you each of your chakras have a tone. Each of your deities, there's music, right? If you talk to in New York City, every summer they have these Haitian drummers, right, who come out in the park. And from my talking with them and listening and learning, for every drum pattern that the Haitians play, and they play on the they play on the hand drums, bongos or whatever, right? And whenever they have certain drum patterns, like there's a drum pattern for Ogun, there's a drum pattern for Yemaya, there's a drum pattern for Shango, so forth and so on. There's a drum pattern for each deity, because each deity has their own sound, their own frequency. So this is the power of sound. The first two things you see, right, or you perceive, is sound and sight. Sound and sight. We're in a light sound show, right? Literally, like lights and sounds is what moved this motherfucker. So it's very important that at least sound is something we can control, right? You're on YouTube right now, so we all got YouTube. So sound is something you can control. So tap into these type of frequencies, and definitely if you're doing work or you're creating, put on that Andre album. That's what it's for. It's for the creatives and the creators. Put on that Andre album and get to fucking work. All right. You say, yo, of course, if you got to go to the gym or something like that, like that's different. You might want to put on some Future. Different times for different things, right? Everything has the seasons. All right. So this ritual I want to give y'all before we head out of here, before I get out of here, is this I love you ritual. I love me ritual, right? And the I love me ritual is strictly this. You're going to put your arms out, right? Like in the cross, and you're going to look at a mirror in your home, even if it's in the bathroom, right? And you're going to look in that mirror and you're going to put on Dre's album, right? And as you got your hands, you're going to rotate your arms. And what you're doing is you're putting your body under some sort of trauma, right? Under some sort of stress, right? The arms rotating is the repetition aspect, right? And as you're listening to the music, right, I want you to do this though, but be on your tippy toes as long as you can, right? And once your tippy toes drop, come back up, right? As long as you can. And you're going to look in the mirror and you're just going to tell yourself, I love me. 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 I love me just the way I am. I am love. I am love. I am love. I love me. I love me. And do that, right? Repetitiously, right? For as many days as you need till you start feeling the need to fucking. Now, I'm not saying ladies don't wear your weaves or, don't put makeup on or nails or whatever, right? Of queens have been wearing accoutrements, right? And hair weaves and all that since the Cometian dynasties, right? That's not what I'm talking about. But I am talking about really presenting your authentic self, right? Being who you are here to be and what your purpose is. Some of y'all got great stories. Some of y'all got great books in you. Some of y'all got great clothing. Some of y'all got great herbal teas. Some of y'all got the cures for certain diseases and things like that. But you don't love yourself to put it out. You don't love yourself to take the risk. You don't love yourself to step out of your comfort zone and make it happen and create it. And that's the problem. And that's where the spirituality is lacking. You don't believe in the magic that you say you have. You don't believe that you are really a god or goddess. It's just lip service, but it's not in your soul. And the way it becomes part of your soul is you do the work, right? All these things I'm telling you about, you do the work and it will start to, but you have to first fall in love with you. If you don't love yourself, no one can. If you don't fall in love with yourself, no one can. If person you date don't like that you motherfucking clip your nails or whatever, or I don't know, whatever it is, right? You know, that you drink out of plastic cups. They not for you, right? And I'm not saying you know, the person, relationship is compromise, right? A good relationship is about compromise, right? But if they're really stressing you about something that is the core of you, and you can't let it go, and there's always an argument or there's always an issue, then don't bend if this is core of what makes you happy and the core of what makes you whole, right? Do what makes you whole and what makes you happy and what's going to take you where you want to go spiritually. And that's peace, and that's power, and that's health, and that's prosperity. So that is the I Love Me ritual. And the only way out is in, folks. All right. Fight for your truth and live it unapologetically and without fear. All right. Fight for your truth. You know, take a risk, take a chance, step out, and make sure you know what you're talking about when you're doing this work. Don't just say Ross said, don't just say Panic said, don't just say Bobby said, don't just say this person said. No. How do you get, how does it work for you? How do you interpret that in your own words, in your own mind? Because you're going to run into people, and part of this work is when you start stepping, you're going to run into people that are atheists. You're going to run into people that are educated Christians. You're going to run into people that are educated Muslims. You're going to run into people that know what the fuck is going on and know what they're talking about and going to try to run you through circles. And you got to be strong enough to stand in your square with what you know. And it can't just be hearsay. It has to be an understanding. The only way you get to understanding through knowledge is through wisdom. And wisdom is not just wise words, but wisdom is wise actions. So you got to step off the porch, so to speak. You got to make your move. So you want to escape poverty? Go within. You want to escape anxiety? Go within. You want to escape depression? Go within. You want to escape feeling insecure? Go within. You want to escape being scared of the aliens, scared of the government, scared of HARP, scared of the big boogeyman, white man, that everybody says they're God, but they show fear every day by watching YouTube videos that's predicting the next bad thing that's going to happen instead of uplifting and what's going to take you to the next level in your spiritual journey, in your spiritual life, in your spiritual powers, in you manifesting your purpose, in you not only manifesting your purpose, but living your purpose in the state of joy and in the state of peace. No matter what happens, no matter what happens, no matter if there's a pandemic, no matter if there's a war, no matter if there's this, you still finding a way to be at peace and say, oh, I have empathy for the people in Palestine, you know, yeah, they're getting done dirty by the people over there, but my rent's doing the first. My kids got schoolwork and tests that they need help with, and they need life lessons. You know, I want to learn how to read minds. I want to learn how to read people. I want to tap into my spiritual gifts and my superpowers. All the stuff that you see, the X-Men and the Marvel characters, You know why so many people go see these movies and so many people support? Because they resonate. Black Panther resonated with melanated people because we know that that's where we would be if it was not interrupted by colonization. In our DNA, we know that. We were already technologically advanced in Kemet with sand, you know what I'm saying, and limestone. Imagine what we would do with a computer chip in our right minds, in our right state of beings, without, as infants, getting pumped with vaccinations. Imagine where we would be. So the only way out of any one of your problems, right? I remember Panic saying this, right? No matter what you do, no matter how much money you make, no matter if you get 2 girls, 3 girls, no matter if you have 2 husbands, 3 husbands, right? No matter what you think you can acquire here in this world, eventually you're going to have to go in within. Spirituality is the only way out. That's the only way out. And until you gain that spiritual love, right? And that spiritual culture, and it's a lifestyle for you, not just something you watch on Sundays, not just something you tap into every once in a while, but it's actually a lifestyle. Like you have daily habits. Until it becomes that, then you're always going to be looking outside for something else to save you, for the next thing. I'm not saying you're not going to have desires, right? Don't get me twisted. I got desires. We all have desires, right? For things that we want to acquire in the material world, right? But what I am saying is your biggest desire is going to be you being in unison with the universe, you being at one with all things. And that's when spirit world bestows more powers, because now you are becoming like God, so to speak, or like the universe, where it rains on the righteous and the unrighteous, where the sun shines on the righteous and the unrighteous, where you tap really into unconditional love. And unconditional love doesn't mean you don't tell motherfuckers back the fuck up, stay away from me, I'll hurt you, I'll cut you, I'll kill you, I'll harm you, leave me the fuck alone, right? That doesn't mean that. What it means is that you understand and you love yourself first and foremost, because the first love got to be your love, self-love. And you also love them enough to know that you don't want to hurt them. No, I'm joking. But you love them enough to know that they got whatever is in their past that made them who they are. And you wish them the best at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? But you got your path, and this person might be impeding their path, and you might have to, you know, do what you need to do to move past them. But first and foremost, you're going to have to think. You're going to have to come up with an idea or a plan on how to get out of this. So it is better to have a mind that's clear enough to do so and not haggle down by the next hot topics that Tasha K is talking about, or sports information all day, or 20, 30 video games. You're playing video games. I'm about to sell my PlayStation 5. I bought this shit 2 months ago. I've only played it like 3-4 times. I really don't have time, I realized, right? I'm too busy reading, working, you know what I'm saying, writing my book, et cetera, et cetera. So I really don't have the time. Or I'm just chilling, watching basketball or whatever, or football. I really don't have the time to play video games. So I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, but I am saying when you're about your work, you're about your work. Any questions, y'all, before I go? Any questions? And smack that like button before I get out of here. Let me see if there's any. Well, people probably going. It's a long ass live. I said I was going to be quick, and I'm still doing 3 hours. Lord have mercy. Many questions. Any questions? Going once. And this is about anything. It doesn't have to be what we're talking about. But this is the Spirit Sonic War. The Spirit Sonic War is, are you going to listen to the beat of other people's drums? Or are you going to be following other people's flutes, right? Or you're going to be following the flute of your own mind, following the flute of your own drum, playing your own tune? Or are you just about getting your lick back. What books on shadow work do you recommend? Great question. Great question. So, a book on shadow work I would recommend, I actually have right here. This is, let me remove this since we finished with that. So, this is Shadow Work Handbook. This is by Rachel Porter. All right, got a lot of good stuff in there, a lot of places to write. I'm not totally finished because I do a lot of my shadow work and meditation, but this is a good work. Let me just read something. This is chapter 7. I just opened it up. Shadow work involves delving into the subconscious. One way to do this is to decode the messages the subconscious is giving you. You can't decode the messages if you don't know symbolism, because all your dreams are signs and symbols, right? Your dreams, a lot of times, they're not talking. They're just a bird or a cat or a snake, and you're in some, weird area of the woods or a shack, or your bed's backwards, right? So you got to understand symbolism. And them dream books ain't shit. Even if you're looking online, that shit is, if you look online and look up a snake, right? It's like, if you need your dreams interpreted, you can hit me up, right? I'll do your dream interpretation. It's not free. Don't hit me up for nothing free, but I'll do your dream interpretation for you. And because a lot of y'all should have been having a lot of heavy dreams this particular season, and that's your ancestors trying to communicate with you and give you gems and give you hints on what you need to work on or what's coming next, right? And remember, your ancestors are not outside of you only, they are in your junk DNA. They are part of your DNA. So it says understanding your dreams. The simple but direct way to do shadow work is to analyze your dreams. Your dreams are your shadow self's way of expressing themselves to your subconscious as it seeks integration. However, the dreams in which our shadow selves appear are often resisted by us since they involve dream characters that we are antagonistic toward and try to avoid. Yeah, so if you're having nightmares, like, you want to, like, there was a movie back in the day, Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, called The Dream Warriors. I suggest you check that out if you're having nightmares or dreams, because you got to gird yourself with the armor of righteousness before you go to bed, right? And that's how you deal with those demons or those nightmares or those beasts and stuff you see. How much I'm selling the PS5 for? I ain't gonna overcharge nobody. I'm selling it for $500. It already has NBA 2K5. I mean 2K. What is 2K24 or 2K25? Whatever. The newest NBA 2K is on there, and Spider-Man's on there. It's the digital version. But yeah, I'm selling it for $500. I ain't delivering though. You gotta live in New York or Jersey. But yeah, I barely used it, so it's gonna sell. I was thinking like if I was gonna keep it or not, and I really was keeping it for the Spider-Man. But I ended up watching. It's funny. I ended up watching somebody play the whole game on YouTube because it was just so entertaining, the narrative. So I'm not watching the whole thing on YouTube. So it's like, yeah, I don't really, and I'm not even playing the 2K like. Again, I haven't played that shit in months. So yeah, $500. What does it mean that you can't remember your dreams? Right? It really depends. It depends what you were doing prior to. Right? So if you there's herbs like you could take like mugwort. You could take damiana. These are in teas, right? Or you could take what they called it. What is it? Vervain. Wait a second. Is it for? No, that's not it. No, it's not vervain. Shit, I forgot the name of it. But Damiana mugwort will work. If you take Damiana or mugwort, those are usually dream enhancers, and you should or can start lucid dreaming, especially if you take it in a succession of days. If you don't the first night, by day 2 or 3, you'll start dreaming. Also, this is also, but again, it depends on what you do before bed. Like, are you eating, right before you go to bed? Remember, your body only has so much energy. So if your body is digesting food, then that energy, that blood flow can't go to the brain. It's one of the reasons that we suggest, people that are on this path suggest intermittent fasting or fasting altogether at certain times, so that you can allow your body to not only cleanse itself, but you could allow more information to download. You could allow your body to rest, the digestive system to rest, right? That square part of you to rest. So, and are you smoking trees? Or you drinking lean? Or you popping pills? Like, let's keep it real. You sniffing lines? Like, let's keep it real. Are you doing that before bed? Because if you smoke, one thing about smoking weed is it affects your REM sleep. So you don't get the rapid eye movement that you would normally get if you don't smoke weed at night, right? Now, so it could be a variety of things, but Munwork and Damiana, I can't believe I'm forgetting the name of this shit. I could literally kind of see it in my head, but I don't remember the name right now. But Mugwort and Damiana, for now, that'll work. Oh, she says, I dream, I just can't remember. Well, what's the first thing you do up when you wake up, right? If you go on your phone, right, or you're watching the news, right, or you laying down for 15 minutes so you could ponder the dream, right? And eventually, yeah, Straight Panthers on one, Blue Lotus. Especially for you, Exandria, if you're a woman based on your avatar. Blue Lotus is good. Be careful with that Blue Lotus though, because it's gonna make your button pop. It's gonna make your chocha start tingling. Blue Lotus is aphrodisiac as well. So, but it'll help you dream. So Blue Lotus, good. Thank you, Straight Panther. That's a good one. Blue Lotus will help you too. And if you can't remember, just over time, like keep over time, just keep with the herbs, and eventually you will, right? Eventually you will. It's all about, again, repetition, right? So changing the body physiologically. So over time, the herbs will eventually kick in, and you'll be able to get there. But yeah, those are two. Start with those: Blue Lotus, Mugwort, and Damiana. Start drinking them as teas. I like the herbs. I got the teapot with the little strainer in there, so I put the raw herb in, pour the water on, and and I get the raw herb from it. So that's how I do. Um, yeah, if you fall asleep high, that's why. That's why you can't remember. Because when I fall asleep, when I smoke weed and I fall asleep high, I don't remember my dreams either. That's when I'm not full of smoke. When I don't smoke and fall asleep, that's when I remember my dreams the most. So there you go. That is your that's so you gotta take some days off, boo. That's it. All right. Hopefully that helped. Um Peace, Ross. So I experienced where I believe my kundalini was being activated. What god or gods is associated with kundalini energy? Good question. There's a Kemetic god called Kemetef, who Kemetef is actually a serpent that um is related to kundalini. Kundalini is basically serpentine energy or serpent power energy. Um and the reason is a serpent, the snake sheds its skin. So your spirit is always changing, right? If you are with a dude, right, and you are flirting, your spirit is going to be different than the spirit you have at work, right? So a snake always sheds its skin. You're always taking off different spirits for different situations. Versus if you got a beef, right, or if you get in an argument with somebody at Dunkin' Donuts because they skipped you in the line, right? It's a different spirit. So Kemetef is a serpent energy. Quetzalcoatl, Mexican Mayan deity, is another serpent deity that's associated with Kundalini energy. So those are two just off the top of my head. Um, so that experience, I mean, what was that experience? Because when my Kundalini, well, your Kundalini is always active and moving, right? You're always channeling energy throughout the day. You always have different spirits throughout the day, right? So Kundalini is just active energy, serpentine energy that's rising up your spine, right? If you have sex, you're activating Kundalini energy, right? If you're attracted to somebody, that's Kundalini energy. If you look at somebody's picture, it's like, ooh, that nigga buff, girl. That's Kundalini energy. That's a fat ass. That's a Kundalini energy, right? It's energy that is rising. So it's always activated. So when you say activated, it's really, what do you mean? Now, if you have opened your pineal, that's a different story. It's a whole different thing, right? Whole different sensation when you feel a whole bunch of heat, right? And you start getting spiritual powers, whatever your spiritual gift is, right? Whether it's clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, you could taste, you could smell things, right? Again, your five senses, one of them is going to be enhanced, or maybe more than one, right? It's going to be enhanced. And you'll get that confirmation not only in your own day-to-day life, but someone will confirm that for you, right? At least that's the way it happened for me. But the heat thing is something that everyone says, right? Some people call it the pineal popping, somebody call it Kundalini awakening, right? But Kundalini energy is always moving, it's always in motion. But those are some guys off the top of the head. I'm trying to think if I could think of anybody else. Well, yeah, Quetzalcoatl, Kamatef. I don't know if there's anybody in the comments. If you got anything, y'all could drop it. But yeah, those are two off the top of the head. But yeah, breathing, breathing is when you breathe, that activates. Rapid breathing activates anger, fight or flight. Slow down breathing, rest and digest, right? Different frequencies of Kundalini energy, but still Kundalini energy nonetheless. And I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's all the questions from you guys. Oh, somebody put Harataki, chlorophyll. Oh, Modest Moore said, my head started spinning. I started seeing purple shapes constantly changing, and I felt heat moving up my back. Yeah, that's when it happened to me. I can only tell you what happened to me, my experience, right? And there's also what's the book? Hold up, give me 1 second. Ugh. All right. So this book, The Magus, right? He has another book, but he talks about, I mean, I read The Magus. This is Nevin Parr, right? This is a good book. Okay. Kundalini and the Golden Dawn. All right. This is actually a great book, especially if you're just coming into this. It's a very thick book, but everything is in here, bro. Everything. He's coming from a perspective from a Golden Dawn initiate. So some of these stuff is kind of, from my perspective, outdated. Some of the way he sets up his altars and with a theme, which is what they call the sword. And, he even got a musical instrument, right? A lot of this stuff, it's mental now, right? But this is a good book. And it says, then I'll just read the back. In the culmination of my spiritual journey through the Western mystery tradition, after experiencing a full and sustained Kundalini awakening. So, he's talking about the book. Kundalini and the Golden Dawn is the culmination of my spiritual journey through the Western mystery tradition after, experiencing a full and sustained Kundalini awakening. All right. So the way he describes the Kundalini and awakening in this book is the same experience I had. So the experience that I had was I was asking for this shit for like 6-7 months. I was asking for psychic abilities, right? And what I would do is there was water by my job. So I would go on lunch, I do my affirmations or whatever. Again, this is the spiritual work. I do my affirmations. Sometimes I would go out and meditate. There was a nice park, so I would go meditate. And for some reason, I seem to always get a job near water, right? Which is a blessing. You know, when I was now I work from home, but I was always getting a job near water. So my offering is I would put 3 pennies, you know. I would say my ritual, I would speak to the water, I would thank the ancestors that passed, the ancestors that could be in this water, whose bones fell down below so that I could live, right? I would show my gratitude to them, and I would ask them after showing gratitude and being thankful, I would throw 3 pennies in the water, right? A legba, three pennies, a legba, right? Road opener. So I would do that, did that for months. And then one day, right, I did it. And then what I saw was, it was like I went into like a trance immediately. And like a skeleton figure came to my brain, right? Into my brain. That's the only way I could explain it rationally, right? And my eyes closed automatically. And I could see this skeleton with like a white stone scraping. I'm assuming my pineal gland, but I could see and feel it scraping, right? And then after it scraped, right? And this was seconds, you know, it was like a quick thing. And my eyes open. I'm getting ready to walk back to work, and I just feel like a heat up my spine and the heat through my body. I'm just like shaking. It's like, huh, like like James Brown, you know, like bad self. That's how I was feeling. Like I was just hot, but I didn't understand it. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is happening to me? You know, I was all this heat and just fiery and just feeling sensitive to everything, like feeling just oh, just sensitive, right? Physically, like sensitive, just feeling everything and everybody's energy and their moods and their feelings and just feeling things, right? So I go back to work, right? And I'm in a call center at the time, and I'm going back to work, and I'm just feeling everybody's energy, and I'm looking at the motherfucker, and I'm looking him in the eye. And once I look him in the eye, like I could peep. Remember earlier, well, y'all may have been, but earlier in the video, I talked about looking. One of the keys to clairvoyance is looking people in the eye and seeing their soul. And you could look people in the eye, and I was looking somebody in the eye, and I saw like images of what they were doing, of their life, their childhood, things like that, right? That was just popping up. And it was like, wow, you know what I'm saying? And that happened, and that heat lasted for like 2 days, 2 or 3 days. And like the third or like the end of the second day, it started to die down. But yeah, and so I didn't understand what it was until I read this book, The Magus, all right, Kundalini and the Golden Dawn. And when I read his experience, I was like, oh, okay, it's the same experience that I had. And that's what I understood. I used to call it pineal popping, but that's what it's called, Kundalini awakening. So yeah, if that's where you at, then definitely, you know, definitely, you know, see what powers you have. See what powers, see what abilities you may have. Test them out, you know. Yeah, test them out. Shit. Get somebody's picture and read it. Get somebody's picture and read it. Somebody that you don't know. That's how I started. Picture reading. That's what I was kind of famous for on Facebook. 2017, 2018. Picture reading. And you know, that's well, if you have clairvoyant abilities, that will be one of the things you could do. Right. But your abilities might be different. I don't know what they are, but again, if you want to tap in for a reading, you can. Oh, you're welcome, Modest More. I'm here talking and you already got it. But yeah, definitely get that book. Harataki, yeah, Harataki is good for your dreams. I think Dreamwise, shout out to Dreamwise. He has on his website, he sells Harataki. I think his pill is called Dreams or Dream something, if I'm not mistaken. Meditate. His supplement is called Meditate. Yeah. His supplement is called Meditate. Yeah. Yeah. And again, that's some people's gifts too, reading auras. Like, you know, like I'm not an aura reader yet, but that's why I'm still doing the work, right? Because I want all 5. You know what I'm saying? I want all 6. the 6 being instinct. I want all 6 senses magnified, right? But I'm not there yet with reading auras, but I'll get there soon. But yeah, some people could read your aura and see the color of your electromagnetic field and how it's vibrating. See, well, I ain't gonna tell y'all that because that's too much. But let's just say I got more than one power. Put it like that. Yeah, but some people could read auras, but some people read auras in different ways. Put it like that. But yeah, that's a good one. All right, y'all. I think that's it. We gave y'all a lot in this. It's 4 hours in. So with that, I'm going to say peace, power, and prosperity. Rob Blackstorm. Hit that like button, hit that share button, hit that subscribe button. If you are looking for a reading, right, if you need any spiritual guidance, consultation, hit me up. You can hit me up here, right, or check my videos, my old videos. You'll see it in the whatever, the chat, right? You'll see it on the top of the chat. But you can hit me Cash App. If I owe you something, it's coming. Don't worry. I know I owe some people some books, so they're coming. They're coming. Last week was Veterans Day, so I ended up going to the fucking post office and I couldn't even mail shit out. But they are coming. But yeah, if you're looking for a reading, if you need some guidance, definitely hit me up at my email, robblackstorm@gmail.com. If you want to donate, you can hit the Cash App. I do appreciate the love. And again, with that being said, peace, power, and prosperity. I love y'all. Take care and have a great week. All right. And get off your ass and do something besides just watching me.